Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Maine Department of Education's forum to bolster mental health in our schools. I'm Rich Meserve. I'm the director of the Office of School and Student Supports here at the Maine DOE. And we're very pleased that you're here with us today because we really wanted to recognize, and it was very important for us to do so, the essential work of our educators, especially in this last year during the pandemic. Obviously, mental health concerns have never been more in the spotlight, and we're very pleased that you're all here with us today to talk a little bit more about that and learn a little bit more about that. It's my pleasure right now to introduce Commissioner Pender-Macon to say a few words and welcome you all.
Thank you, Rich. And thank you to everybody who is here to participate in this extremely important training, conference, and opportunity, really. Rich Meserve and Bear Shea and their team at the Department of Education all have worked tirelessly to bring you an incredible program. You're going to hear what I would consider to be a life-changing presentation by Judge John Broderick. And also, you're going to have an opportunity to think about how to create trauma-informed environments at school, but most importantly, where to start. And that's by taking great care of yourselves. As educators and school leaders and counselors and those who are often in front of our most vulnerable students, you have a moral obligation. So this is in case you are like many educators, you feel guilty about taking that little time away to do something that brings you joy or fills you back up or heals you from challenging, tirelessly, relentlessly challenging situations. If you have that hesitancy to invest in yourself, in your own emotional, social, mental health, and well-being, if you're not doing that, you're doing a disservice to the students. So that's one opportunity to think about it differently. Like, this is an investment in the most important supports that we can offer as a public education system, and that is the adult, amazing humans who create the learning for the kids. I think it's also important to remember that you are all neuroplasticians. If it's not already on your resume, you can put that on there. You're officially a neuroplastician. You change brains for a living. And, mirror neurons, even just the expressions on your face, the interactions that you have with those kids are building their intricate architecture every single minute. And that's why it is so critically important for you to really take excellent care of number one, and put your oxygen masks on first, and please enjoy and learn as much as possible from this incredible program. I'll sign off now, but with the deepest gratitude and respect for all that you've been doing to carry forward our entire society, frankly, by way of protecting and curating the public school experience during an unprecedented time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Bear Shea. I am the Department of Education Mental Health and School Counseling Specialist. I would like to welcome you as well. My role today will be moderator for the panels, and just to kind of spend a little bit of time up front going over what the agenda will look like today. It's sort of intentionally designed not to be a normal workshop structure. We really wanted to, we are fully aware that this is taking place during the middle of the school day for so many of you. And we wanted to make sure that we were doing these, both our presentations and our panels in a way that would be accessible asynchronously, which is sort of that buzzword that we've all been doing this year, so that everyone would be able to watch these and that you wouldn't have to be present, that while you have been serving your students through your workday today, you would be able to view these presentations at your leisure and piece by piece if necessary. So we will have 3 presentations today. Each one will be followed by 3 panel discussions that will go a little bit more in depth. And really the intent was to sort of genuinely acknowledge and validate how difficult things have been this year, and not just not just the barriers and the strife, and as the commissioner said, that just relentless feeling for this year, but also all of the places that we were able to have those successes, to experience the growth that we love as educators connecting with our students, and to see the places where our students and our peers and ourselves are finding some success and triumph during this time. So it's been a long year. We wanted to really spend some time to talk about what that year has been like for educators, and to talk about mental health in general and build that awareness and continue what the DOE has been doing since before the pandemic, which is really working at how are we talking about what trauma-informed is, how are we building that, some of those base blocks around awareness and understanding. And that's for our students, but it's also for ourselves. And we're going to talk a lot about that today, of what that, social emotional learning looks like for us, of what care looks like for us. And so that's what we're going to explore today. We're going to start with our first presentation. And I will pass that over back to Rich Meserve. But each of these presentations will go about an hour, and then we'll take a 10-minute break when our panels will get set, and then we'll follow that next hour. So we'll have these 3 topic areas through the day, and then all of our sessions will be able to be viewed separately for free after the event. So if you aren't able to make all 3 today, don't worry. We will be sending the link out for more information. Another piece of housekeeping, if you, when you are viewing this, in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little view button. I would imagine all of us are well versed with Zoom these days. But just to make your viewing a little bit better, if you turn it to view presenter, you won't see all of the other empty boxes. You will just see who's speaking. So presentation view or speaker view will make things a little bit better. So again, thank you all for being here. Feel free. We also have a question and answer space. So when we are having those panels, or even now as you're thinking, as you're watching these presentations, if there are questions you have, please put those into the question and answer space. We will, as I'm moderating the panels, I will have that open, and we'll certainly be weaving those questions in. Right now, we do have the chat open. So we would just ask that people are just mindful that is sort of a group space. It's something we'll be monitoring, but that really we're looking at creating that community, sharing some of the experiences that we've all had as educators during this year, and trying to keep it a positive place. So, so just those couple of housekeeping pieces. So please feel free to reach out. Thank you again for being here, and I'll pass it back to Rich.
Thank you, Mayor. I am truly pleased to welcome John Broderick to our forum today. Mr. Broderick is the Senior Director of External Affairs at Dartmouth-Hitchcock and formerly served as Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court. For the past 4 years, he's traveled throughout New England on a mission to change the culture and conversation around mental illness in an effort to destigmatize it. He says it's the most important work he has ever done in his entire professional life. And having gotten to know John over the last 2 years, I can say that truer words have never been spoken. Now it's my pleasure to introduce John Broderick.
Thank you for inviting me here today. I'm really honored to be with you. And I came today for a very simple reason. I need your help. That's why I'm here. I've been involved for the last 4 years now, speaking and traveling wherever I'm asked to try to change the conversation and the culture around mental illness, because we need to. All of you know that. But we haven't done it. We haven't done it for generations. I see it now. I need your help. If I could do it by myself, I wouldn't bother anybody, but I can't. But we could if you want to help. I'm a baby boomer, not that you ever could have guessed that. And I grew up in a world, sadly, where no one ever talked about mental illness. It just wasn't a conversation anyone felt comfortable having. And so as a kid, I never heard it discussed. And that was true for most of my adult life, by the way. It may be true for you. But I know more about it now. That's why I'm here today. I grew up just north of Boston. Sorry about that, but someone has to grow up in Massachusetts, and it was me. I grew up in a very middle-class neighborhood. My dad was a high school science teacher. My mother wanted to be a nurse, but her family couldn't afford that. My mom worked in an office in the neighboring town. I lived in a very leafy but very middle-class neighborhood. My best friend, when I was 10 years old, lived right across the street from my home, and his father was a graduate of MIT. In my childhood, in my neighborhood, MIT was rock star status. My friend's uncle, his father's brother, never went through high school. He was an inpatient at the Danvers Mental Hospital in Danvers, Massachusetts. Every adult who ever spoke of that place, every kid, including me, used to call it the nut house. We thought that was pretty funny, apparently. Nobody was embarrassed saying that. All these years later, looking back, I think we all should have been embarrassed. We all should have been ashamed. I see that now. But when I was 10 years old, I didn't understand that. And my friend's uncle would sometimes come to their yard, their home on a Sunday, usually in the summer. And I can remember seeing him standing by the side of their garage, looking at the flowers, sometimes walking around the yard. He never looked at me, never spoke to me, never gestured to me. But I thought he was pretty scary. He was, after all, in the nut house. And when he would leave my neighborhood late on those Sundays, on those warm Sunday evenings, I felt safe again. I never had the courage to cross that road, by the way, when he was visiting. I figured they locked people like him up to keep us safe. And in my childhood, I didn't realize that anyone in my town could have a mental health problem. I thought that guy was somehow one-off. That's what I thought. And I felt pretty confident, even as a kid, in knowing that I'd never know anyone or see anyone the rest of my life who had a mental health problem. And I was wrong about that. It's one of the reasons, with the help of Dr. Maddock, I spent many waking hours in the last 4 years speaking wherever I'm invited. I would speak every day if I could. Some decades after that childhood I described, in a different state, namely New Hampshire, in a different community, Manchester, and on a street somewhat different than the one I grew up on. Mental illness crossed that road from my childhood and took up residence in my own house. My wife and I are baby boomers. We didn't know anything about mental illness, so we didn't see it. I had two sons, 11 and 13, that took up residence in my 13-year-old son. He didn't know he had a mental health problem. Makes sense when you think about it. How would you know? Just how you feel, how you react to other people or circumstances. But he was suffering. He just thought it was him, and we didn't see it. When he graduated from the 8th grade, I recall it was on a Saturday, and he told us when he woke up that he didn't want to go to his graduation. And we thought he was just being lazy. It was nice weather. He wanted to play. We said, no, you have to go to your graduation. And so he went, but he wasn't really happy about it. My son started smoking in high school in the 9th grade, kept it a secret. We didn't know that. He had friends at Trinity High School in Manchester where he went, but not as many as his younger brother, who was 2 years behind him. My son spent a lot of time in his room with his door closed, drawing. He was a very good artist from a very young age. Today, I would describe it as withdrawing. But I was pretty ignorant about mental illness back then. I'm not ignorant now, by the way. I'm not ignorant now. If you look at the yearbook for the year my son graduated from high school, you'll find his photograph with all the other graduates. But if you look through the yearbook at the candid shots, at the football games, the dances, you won't find him in those shots because he wasn't at those places. I see that now. He was probably home drawing or withdrawing. He'd done okay in high school, not nearly as well as I thought he should. He's really smart. But he did okay. But he always tested really well. And he got into a pretty good college in New York, and then off he went. And I don't know if it's the truth or maybe it's a rumor you guys might know, but I hear that sometimes when kids go to college, they drink. I don't know if you've heard that. It could be true. Sadly, in my son's case, it was true. I can remember hearing his voice on some of those weekend phone calls. I could hear it in his speech. It was alarming. I didn't know he drank. I talked to him about it. He said, "Dad, I don't have a drinking problem. I don't drink more than anybody else here." And over time, we'd be on that campus, and then his friends would seek us out, my wife and I, to express their concerns about his drinking. He would say, "Dad, I don't know why they say that. I don't drink more than anybody else." I thought he must have, but I couldn't prove it or disprove it. My son got a college degree. Knowing what I now know, I have no idea how he did that. I'm in awe of him. And he had done okay, but not great, but he always tested well. He got into a pretty good graduate school in Boston. And then he came home. We were living in Manchester, New Hampshire, and he lived with us to start school. And when he got home, it was pretty clear to us he was drinking pretty much every day. It was pretty alarming to watch it. We'd talked to him about it. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. He'd say, "Dad, I don't have a drinking problem. We really don't need to keep discussing it." It seemed obvious to us that he had a drinking problem. But we must have talked about it too much because he moved to Boston for the last 6 months of school. He got a master's degree. Again, knowing what I know now, I have no idea how he did that. He must have willed himself to that degree. And he got a job pretty quickly when he got out of school, which wasn't surprising. He's really smart. He's handsome. He's funny. He's one of the best read people I've ever met. He's a self-taught musician. He had so many skills. He's a great artist. But it was surprising that the first job only lasted 6 months. But he said it wasn't his fault he lost the job. The next job took longer to get and lasted for less time. But he said it wasn't his fault he lost the job. And then he came home. He was living with us, drinking pretty much every day, trying to hide it, trying to disguise it. He would get some part-time jobs or hourly rate jobs, but they were never appropriate for someone with a master's degree. He would take graphic design classes wherever he could. He was genuinely talented. But his life wasn't going anywhere. And finally, my wife and I reached out to the alcohol experts and told them what I've told all of you here today. And they, by the way, didn't hesitate. They said, "Your son's an alcoholic, Judge. That's what's happening here. And you and your wife better deal with that." They suggested we go to Al-Anon classes for family members of alcoholics. And so we did that. My son thought it was ridiculous. "Dad, I'm not an alcoholic. If I didn't have these feelings, Dad, I wouldn't be drinking." We'd tell that to the alcohol people, and that didn't dissuade them either. "Judge, every alcoholic has a reason they drink. Your son's an alcoholic." And at the end of the day, he said to us, "You're going to have a choice to make, and here it is. You can put your son out, literally out of your house. Hope he hits bottom." Remember that expression somewhere in my childhood. Hope he hits bottom and turns his life around. Or you can let him stay in your house, and he's going to die drinking in your house. And we didn't like those choices. And so we persuaded my son, who didn't have a drinking problem, according to him, to go to alcohol rehab. And then he majored in alcohol rehab. It was like the world tour of alcohol rehab. New Hampshire, Cape Cod, Connecticut, and finally he went to Florida. And we were praying that he would have some insight about his drinking. I picked him up at Logan Airport after he'd been in Florida for weeks. And as we were walking to baggage claim, he said, "Dad, I had a drink on the plane on the way home, but I don't have a drinking problem." So it hadn't taken. And after a while, my wife and I realized that we had to make the decision they told us about. And up to this point, by the way, no doctor, no neighbor, no friend, no family member, and sadly not us, ever said, "I wonder if he could have a mental health problem." And so finally, my wife and I anguished. We loved our son. It seemed like we had no choice. And so we put him out, literally out. It was the hardest thing we ever did and the worst thing we ever could have done. It might have been well intended, but it was just gasoline on a fire. He called us a couple of times from the streets during that time, asked if he could come home, and we said no. We said no. He slept some nights at the shelter in Manchester. He ate at the soup kitchen when he was eating. Some nights he slept in his car, and he continued to drink. And I was on the Supreme Court at the time. I drive every day from Manchester to Concord, where the court is. And I'd be thinking on the way up and on the way home, and probably for much of the day, to be honest, that we had failed him somehow. His younger brother had a master's degree, had been married, was moving forward, as you would hope. My oldest son, with all of his skills, was going backwards at 100 miles an hour, and he couldn't even see it, and we couldn't stop it. And after 3 weeks of that agony and dreading that phone call, by the way, that no parent ever wants to receive, we brought him home. And when he came home, he was drinking just as much as when we had put him out. His behavior hadn't changed at all. And I am sure he was scared to death that we would put him out again, and he knew he couldn't go out again. And so one night when he had been drinking, he assaulted me. I have no memory of it, but that's what happened. I went to the intensive care unit at the Elliott Hospital in Manchester. My master's educated, talented, funny, decent son was arraigned in a public courtroom in Manchester before a lot of press. I was on the Supreme Court at the time, so it was a story. He was issued an orange jumpsuit and sent to the Valley Street jail. I didn't know any of that then, but my wife did. I learned later that it was all over the news at the time, here and in Massachusetts. It was written about in the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times. My doctors actually went on the Today Show, talk about how I was doing when I was in the ICU. Our Attorney General in New Hampshire had a live press conference to talk about it. I don't know how my wife dealt with all that. I really don't. She told me later that she visited my son at the Valley Street Jail when I was in the ICU. Can't even imagine what that must have been like. She said they talked on a telephone with plexiglass between them. She said he had his orange jumpsuit on, his ankles were shackled, and he was very upset. He said, "Mom, I can't believe I did that to Dad. Just tell me Dad's going to be okay. I can't forgive myself if anything happened to Dad." And in the early days, she didn't know. He said to her, "Mom, they don't allow visitors here very often." I think it was twice a week. He said, "On days you can't visit, Mom, I can see the corner of the cemetery from my cell. If you went to that street corner at the appointed hour that we agree on, I could at least see you. And I would know my family hadn't abandoned me." And so my wife would go there at 3 o'clock, park her car. It was late March, early April, kind of dreary. She told me later she'd get out and wave at the jail, multiple stories. She said, "I didn't know what floor, what window, or whether anyone was looking back." She said, "I always gave him a thumbs up sign before I left." And she said, I'd get in the car, I'd cry all the way home. I don't know how she did that. After about 6 or 8 days in the ICU, I remember being wheeled down a corridor at the hospital. I felt pretty sore. I had no idea why I was in the hospital. So I asked the fellow who was pushing me, he said, Judge, I think you fell. I felt pretty sore for someone who'd fallen, but I had no memory of anything else. So I accepted it. After a day and a half, my wife and I were finally alone in this large hospital room. And by the way, when you visit people in the hospital, try not to say to them, I love your room. I hated my room. Just try not to say those things. But after a day and a half, my wife and I were finally alone, and she told me as best she knew what had happened, and I hadn't fallen. And she told me where my son was, and the two of us just cried. I've been a judge and lawyer my entire professional life at that point, so I knew what it meant for him, for us, maybe even for his brother. I didn't understand it. If I had any understanding at all, it would have been alcohol, when it's abused, can take people to bad places. I literally couldn't get out of bed for 2 days in that room. I couldn't go home with my wife. I couldn't talk to my son. I don't know the dictionary definition of hopelessness, but I know what it feels like. That's exactly what it feels like. I wasn't allowed to visit my son at the Valley Street Jail when I got out of the hospital. I would have, but the court wouldn't allow it. My wife would go twice a week. She'd come home crying every time. Finally, friends who had known my son since he was little would take her place just to give her a break. I didn't see him for 6 months. And that was the day they took him to a basement windowless courtroom in Manchester so he could be sentenced to the state prison. I hope you don't have that day in your life. I would have bet you anything I owned or might ever do or accomplish, I could never have been my family. It was on that morning. It was still a story. There was still press covering it. My son came in that day through a side door with a bailiff at his elbow. It was great to see him. He looked great. He hadn't had a drink in 6 months. My wife and I stood up in the public row, and he gave me a big hug. He said, Dad, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I said to him that morning, if you don't quit, your mother and I won't quit. I'm not sure I believe that, but that's what I said. He said, Dad, I won't quit. And then he was sentenced to 7.5 to 15 years in a state prison. I don't know how we all didn't pass out, to be honest. He'd served 6 months of the 7.5 at Valley Street. The court suspended 4 of the 7. The court said maybe they'll parole you after 3 years. Not my call, said the judge. But you're definitely going away to the state prison for 3 years. My master's educated son. The court let us see him for a minute, and then off he went. You're not allowed to visit new inmates for 30 days. They evaluate every new inmate. One of the issues was, should they live on the prison campus? So it was 30 days before we saw him. We met in the secure psychiatric unit of the state prison. That's not where he was housed, but that's where the meeting took place. We were told that day by the psychiatrist with my son present that he had serious depression, panic attacks, the feeling you're about to die, panic attacks and anxiety, which the psychiatrist described as off the charts. He said that's why he was drinking, Judge. He was self-medicating his mental illness. And when he said that to us in that place, I knew that we had failed him. I was, after all, a parent. I should have done something about mental illness. I thought all mental illness, by the way, was hopeless. It's far from hopeless. I know that now. I didn't know it on that morning. And so we're going to try to work with him and turn his life around. After 4 months, he came out on one of our visits twice a week. We visited. 20% of my day job, by the way, was hearing appeals from the very population he was now living with. I wasn't really popular at the prison. That'll keep you awake at night if it's your child. He was very brave about it. After 4 months, he came out and hugged us that night, as he always did. He said, "Dad, I feel so different." I said, "What do you mean different?" He said, "Dad, I'm sleeping through the night. I haven't done that since I was little. I can focus, Dad. My mind's not racing. I'm teaching." He was like that for the balance of his time there. But I knew we had failed him. He was paroled after 3 years. I said, "They won't parole you." I was Chief Justice then. I said, "You deserve it, but it's just not going to look right if they favor the judge's son." They paroled him. He was so good on parole, by the way, that after a year, the parole officer said, "I'm going to try to get rid of your parole years that lay ahead of you." He was very excited about that. I said, they won't do that because I'm the Chief Justice. But the parole board eliminated the parole. I'm grateful for them. When my son left prison, they sent a camera up that day. We were there, my wife and I. They put the lens in front of me and said, "Do you have anything you want to say?" I said, "I do, actually. My son's not a bad person who's now suddenly a good person. He's always been a good person. He's now well." And those are very different things, by the way. My son, who is drinking every day, has not had a drop of alcohol in over 15 years. I know the treatment worked. He said, "Dad, I could spend the night in the liquor store. I might have a Coca-Cola, but I'm not that guy anymore, Dad. I don't have that tug anymore. So why am I bothering all of you?" I didn't do anything, by the way, for a decade. I'm a baby boomer. I didn't want to talk about it. I'm the last guy to be talking about it now, but it's the most important thing I've ever done because I see it now. I got involved in a campaign on the 5 signs of mental illness, May 2016. I've devoted the last 4 years of my life to it. When I joined Dartmouth-Hitchcock, they added to the campaign, "How do you react when you find the 5 signs?" I didn't know how to react. I do now. The day we launched it in an empty House chamber in Concord, 400 state reps in New Hampshire, and they weren't in session. We were just going to announce the launch of a nonpartisan, non-political public awareness campaign. I thought, who's going to come to this at 10 a.m. on a Monday? I got there that morning expecting 20 people. 425 people came. It's the most impressive room ever assembled in my 4 decades in New Hampshire. 3 members of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, the Catholic Bishop, the Episcopal Church, the Jewish community, members of our congressional delegation, our governor, doctors, lawyers, law enforcement, mental health people, and families. It was stunning. And the woman who started the 5 Signs campaign, Barbara Van Dalen, asked this question of that room. "Does anyone here this morning," she said, "who's been untouched by mental illness? Yourself, your family, your extended family, your friends. If you've never been touched by it," she said, "raise your hand." I was new to it. I had no idea what to expect. Not one hand went up. Not one. Meaning every single person in that room had been touched. I said to her afterwards, "Barbara, how's that possible?" I said, "John, it happens in every room where I ask the question. Just because people don't talk about mental health doesn't mean people and families aren't dealing with it." And she shared these statistics, which I want to share with you. Half of all mental illness in America begins by age 14. My own son was 13. 2/3 by age 23. Last year in our country, more than 47,000 people died by suicide. Fenway Park and then some. That's more than died in every traffic accident across our country, by the way. Every 90 minutes, plus or minus every day, including this day, some brave American veteran, he or she, will take their own life. We lose 20 veterans a day to suicide. From 2007 to 2017, the rate of suicide among people ages 10 to 24 increased 56%. Are we okay with that? More police officers died last year by suicide than every other cause in the line of duty. Since that launch, I have traveled over 85,000 miles. I've visited 4 states, talked to over 110,000 people, 85,000 of whom are kids from 7th grade to 12th grade. I've hugged hundreds and hundreds of kids with wet eyes and cracking voices who confide in me, someone they don't know and will never see again, merely because they know I won't judge them or shame them or blame them. I wish you could be with me on those mornings. I wish you were standing with me listening to those kids. It's not right how we treat mental illness. Half of the kids that talk to me, confide in me, are getting no help at all. I've hugged too many kids, by the way, who have told me they either want to kill themselves or tried. I remember hugging one junior girl at a high school who was a varsity athlete. She said to me, "This is the 1-year anniversary today." And I thought she might say the day I made the varsity team. I said, "The 1-year anniversary of what?" She said, "Of my suicide attempt." She started crying. I just hugged her. As she had her head on my shoulder crying, she said, "I'm so happy I didn't succeed." I said, "That makes 2 of us." I said, "That's not who you are. You know that, right? That's what's bothering who you are." I went to a high school, my very first high school that I recall, right outside of Concord, New Hampshire. It was 9 in the morning. I spoke to 840 kids, grades 9 through 12, in the gym with the 30 or 40-foot ceiling. I was on a riser behind a fixed podium under the basketball net, and there was nobody on the floor. They were all in the bleachers. And I thought, this is not going to work. They're probably saying, whose grandfather is this guy? And why is he bothering us in our school? But I was there. I had to talk, so I did. I spoke just as I've spoken to you here. And when I finished speaking, there was dead silence. And the principal, who was behind me against the wall, near the basketball net, he stepped up on the little riser. And there was no noise, nothing, for about 3 seconds. It seemed like 3 minutes. And I was thinking maybe they didn't hear me, maybe they don't care what I'm saying. And then almost all at once, those 840 kids stood up and applauded for almost a minute. Principal said, "I'm shocked by this." I said, "You're shocked." I said, "They're not applauding me, I know that. But what they are saying is, I agree with you. Thanks for talking about it." It happens almost every time I go out. I see what I never saw. I understand it now. I also understand that we're not doing what we need to do. We do not have a mental health system in this country. We have some great and talented people in mental health, but we don't have a system. Half the kids I talk to are getting help nowhere. I've had parents say to me, "My son or daughter's having a problem. It's going to be 4 or 5 months before I can see someone." If they broke their leg, they'd call 911. If you have a young child with a mental health problem, who do you call? How long do you wait? I need your help. I have hugged more kids who are suffering than I knew existed. And I'm going to end with this story because it stuck with me. I was speaking at a middle school in southern New Hampshire, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. The 6th and 7th graders were on the gym floor, seated on the floor. The 8th graders were in the bleachers. And I must have looked 10 feet tall to the kids on the floor. It seemed very odd. And I'm sure I was the oldest person I ever spoke to them. And when I finished speaking, I stood by the exit with the principal, and the kids started filing out. And some of them would go by and say, "Thanks for speaking. Your talk was awesome." These are 6th, 7th, and 8th graders who are saying that. They get it, by the way. And near the end of the rush out the door was a young man who was walking towards me. He extended his right hand, and I just reflexively grabbed it and held it. And he said, "Thanks for coming to our school this morning." I said, "You're very welcome. I was happy to be here." He said, I want to tell you one thank you." I said, "Sure, why?" He said, "They tell me here at school that I'm on the spectrum myself. And your talk here this morning," he said to me, "has changed my whole life." He said, "Can I give you a hug?" He started hugging me. This little boy was crying. And my eyes watered too. I hadn't changed his whole life. Believe me, I know that. But my guess was, for the first time in his young life, he felt comfortable telling someone he didn't know, but he was sure would not make him feel badly about his challenges. He wanted to tell me about it. This campaign mattered to that little boy. Some days I feel like I may be on a fool's errand. Maybe nobody cares about it. Maybe it's just me. And then you have moments like that, or the boy who waited 75 minutes after I spoke to tell me he wanted to commit suicide. And I took him to a counselor before I left the school, and he hugged me for coming. You can't have those experiences and go home at night and pretend it's not a problem. I need your help. We need to learn the 5 basic signs of mental illness, and you'll see them on this video. We need to learn them. We need to talk about it. We need to normalize it. We need to reach out. We need to react to what we should see. And I guarantee you, if you do that, you will change and save lives. They may be lives you'll never meet or know about, but I guarantee you, based on my experience at this point, so many kids are relying on us. And adults too, by the way. In any event, thanks for listening, thanks for inviting me, but mostly thanks for your help, because I really need it.
I just want to welcome everybody back. And just to let you know, at 10 o'clock, we will be coming back together, joined by Judge Roberts and some other panelists, just to talk about this subject more in depth. So until 10 o'clock, please take some time to get some water, get some food, really take the time to think about and let the presentation kind of wash over you. Take that time intentionally and really use it as a way to transition into this next place. If you are watching this asynchronously, still take that time. Sorry, Judge Broderick. Please rejoin us at 10 o'clock for Judge Broderick and the panelists, and we'll have a conversation more about mental health and stigma, its effect on our schools, on us as individuals, and on students. So please rejoin us at 10. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to our session today. We're going to have a panel discussion that's going to be based on the changing and culture and view of mental illness that Judge John Broderick just presented. And I'd like to invite my panelists to turn on their video at this time. One of the hopes of having not only these excellent presenters, but really trying to set up the panel to be sort of a deeper dive, a conversation, almost a sort of a living room atmosphere. And so that's what I'm going to try to do as the moderator. Again, my name is Bear Shea. I'm the mental health and school counselor specialist at the DOE. And I would like to invite each one of my panelists to introduce themselves. Judge Broderick, if you'd like to start.
Just unmuting myself. Yes, happy to be here. And thank everyone for tuning in. And so if you watch the video, you know my name, but mostly I'm here because I think the issue that the Maine Department of Education is hosting today is critically important. And so I'm really happy to be a part of it.
Thank you, Judge. Casey, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, thanks, Bear. Hi, my name is Casey Maddock. I'm a senior at Scarborough High School in Southern Maine, and I am currently the senior student representative to the Maine State Board of Education and the co-chair of Commissioner Makin's student.
Thanks, Casey. If you didn't catch that last part of the student cabinet. Karen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Good morning. My name is Karen Barnes, and I am the Mental Health and Threat Assessment Officer within the Maine School Safety Center. And it's so nice to see students. I spent most of my career working with adolescents in social work for mental health and substance abuse. So prior to coming to the Department of Education. So it's really nice to see some student faces again, and an honor to be on this panel with each of you. Thank you.
And finally, Isaiah, if you would introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name's Isaiah. I'm also very honored to be on this panel. I was in the student cabinet with Casey last year, 2019 to 2020. Unfortunately, I couldn't continue, but I'm continuing to work with my school district's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force and a group in Portland. And yes, a lot of the stuff I like to focus on is mental health related. So I'm really, really happy to be here. Oh, and I go to Camden Hills. I'm a senior at Camden Hills Regional High School. Yeah.
Thank you all so much for being here. So let's just kind of open up the conversation a little bit. We know what Judge Broderick sort of talked about in general around mental health and that experience of some of the symptoms that can come when we aren't aware of mental health, and then what some of the stigma is that follows with that. And it's not something we need to necessarily talk about our personal experience, but I would love to hear from you all what things have been like as students, as people, in dealing in your experience with mental health and with your experience in how it's been for schools. And I would say, let's talk about before the pandemic, because we know that mental health is something that has been an issue in our state for a really long time. It's something that, has been something that we've been trying to address for decades and offer that support. And we know that we lose students every year to suicide. We know that we lose people, not having those supports in the mental health system. So let's start before the pandemic, because we know the pandemic has brought its own unique pieces. So let's start there. Does anybody want to maybe just start talking about their experience a little bit? Go ahead, Casey.
Okay, so prior to the pandemic, I think I first started to be aware of mental health my freshman year. Actually, on my birthday freshman year, we lost a senior at our school to suicide. And I think that started to open up a lot more discussion at my school as far as how we can be helping each other out and how we could improve the stigma around mental health at our school, because we all felt like we knew the student really well and that we had no idea he had been suffering so badly. And then my sophomore year, that's at Scarborough, that's when you take health and wellness class. And I just remember sort of sitting and listening to our teacher talk about depression and anxiety, and sort of starting to have these moments of, is this me? do I have depression? Because it kind of sounds like I do, but you never want to believe that about yourself, because I was the classic overachiever, always smiley, always giving everything I did 100%, and I didn't have time to sort of start that discussion. And then I ended up, it got to a point, I think my sophomore year, where my mother started to notice the symptoms in me. And that was when I ended up starting to see a therapist, and I got diagnosed with anxiety and depression. And now I've sort of come over the hump of like my mental health journey, and I feel a lot more comfortable talking about it now. And I feel that my school and my community around my school has sort of started to come around as far as the stigma. But there's definitely a lot more work to be done.
Yeah, can I go? Sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go off Casey. She just mentioned at the end, like the stigma around mental health. And that's kind of been sort of the core of the issue, I think, in my school and maybe in other schools around mental health is the stigma around it, is the idea that, you know, mental health isn't really a health issue. It's just, you know, something, it's an emotion, or it's just something that you're going through. And it's just like, it's so superficial. It's considered so superficial in our school environment and around other school environments that I've seen. And even though I haven't necessarily struggled deeply with mental health, I've seen other people kind of feel very, very, and I wouldn't be able to recognize it because it would be so like, I'm not articulating this well. It would just be difficult for me to be open about it, or to try to be open to myself about it, just because of the stigma around it, because it's not something that it's important to talk about. It's not something that is, you know, deeply impactful, which is both two very wrong things. So yeah, I just wanted to emphasize the point about like the stigma around it, and kind of like in the use of social media, the use of depression and the use of anxiety are kind of overused. You often use humorously, not really taken seriously, and that also comes into play with a stigma. So yeah, just in general, that's something that I really want to talk about, is the stigma around it and how that can really be detrimental to people who are dealing with mental health issues.
Bear, I'll share now if that's okay. Does that work? Thank you both for sharing that. And I think one thing that I would add to that is one of the things that that I have had noticed prior to to the pandemic is that I think we had far fewer conversations around stigma, and I think that we had far fewer people coming forward to say that I'm experiencing this, and now it seems it's just become more. I don't know if it's more acceptable, but I think a lot of people are in the position now where it is what it is, and if we need to address that, we need to get it out there and get it on the table to begin to have that conversation. So I would say, I know I jumped a little bit ahead, sorry Bear, but I know we're still on kind of before the pandemic, but I would say far fewer just conversations at all around mental health and the stigma. I agree.
I just want to jump in for a minute. First of all, I want to thank Casey and Isaiah for talking about it. I really admire you. I love your generation, by the way. You guys are amazing. And you should be proud of that. And I'm really banking on you folks to change it. Your generation won't tolerate what mine did. I know that because I've heard too many of you. I've heard confidences from too many of you. And what Casey and Isaiah were saying, I have seen in school after school after school. It doesn't matter if it's a high-end prep school or a school in a poor community. Mental illness is everywhere. If you look at the youth risk behavioral surveys nationally, these are tests the CDC gives, over 40% of high school girls have depression. 20% of them have given serious consideration to killing themselves in the last 12 months, and 15% of them have made plans to do that. It should concern all of us. It's not because they're not strong people or good people. It has nothing to do with that. It's a health issue. It's often driven by social factors too. And when Casey was talking about high expectations, I've talk to so many kids paralyzed by that, Casey, who don't know what to do. They feel they're disappointing people. They're doing their best, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Their resume has to be 2 pages longer than mine was to get to the same place. There's so much pressure on your generation. And the good news is you're smarter than I was. You're more worldly wise. You guys are great, by the way. But you also have more pressures than my generation had and any generation before you. So we need to keep talking about it. There are so many kids, by the way, who will come up to me, this stranger, and open up. And oftentimes I hear them say, I'm ashamed of my mental illness, or my parents don't believe in mental illness. We shouldn't be at that place in 2021. If only mental illness had a cast or an X-ray or an MRI, it's kind of what Isaac was saying, which is Isaiah was saying, people think it's just kind of a funny thing. No, it's not a funny thing. It's a real thing. And I think the more we normalize it and talk about it and support those who are suffering. And the last thing I want to say from all of my travels is my hat's off to public education. Most of the high schools I go to have counselors. Some of them have school psychologists. In the state of Maine, Bear exists. I don't think he exists in many states. It's really extraordinary what Maine is doing. But I just want the impatience of young people. You're right to feel like you do. Like, why aren't people doing more here? Normalize it, talk about it, force us to change. And we can. Treatment works, but not if you don't have it.
Thank you all. And I think that's a great place to start is, looking at, and sort of Karen spoke to it, like that difference between where things have been at for mental health in our state and, what Judge Broderick is saying, the national statistics, but we also have our own, our Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey that has really consistent data that's shown that we have above average depression, above average suicidal ideation. And we know that those are symptoms of some of the underlying stressors and barriers and difficulties that all humans are dealing with. And I think that conversation around building awareness and that this is something that is universal. And I think the pandemic has really brought that to light, that this is something that affects all of us and can affect all of us. It doesn't make a difference what our, the color of our skin, our socioeconomic status, where we live, whether we're, in the very north of Maine or, in the very south. And I think in some ways, as Karen was sort of saying, it because it's something that affects all of us universally, I'm wondering how it has changed some of the conversations for you, and not just peer-to-peer, but also, within your families, within your communities, and within the school at large. And anybody can jump in.
I'll go ahead, Bear, and start with this one. So what I've really noticed is that, for people who were experiencing some sort of mental health symptoms prior to the pandemic, those seem to have escalated and increased dramatically. But what I've also seen is that for some people who've not experienced anything, remotely close to what we would all classify as mental illness or a mental health disorder or problem or issue, a lot of those people are now experiencing some anxiety, some depression around the pandemic. And I think it's really important that we normalize that. We normalize that for our educators, and we normalize that for students, for parents, for all of us. I think as a society, we've just seen such an increase in that. And I think, part of normalizing and increasing, really improving what we call mental health literacy around that, and making sure that we all understand that this is what this is, and this is okay. And, talking also about when do we seek help and how to seek help. So all of those pieces, I think, around, increasing the literacy for students and staff, critically important.
I definitely agree with that, for sure. And I've seen, friends of mine, again, who have mental health problems, and seen those get exacerbated because of the pandemic. And of course, I think the ability, because we're in such a serious situation, and because so many people are getting now, the effects of lower mental health, that's almost raising awareness about the importance of mental health, even though it's a really, really, not great way to raise awareness about it. People finally can understand, where other people are coming from and see that, and hopefully that will bring more discussion to the table, and that will normalize it, and that will, of course, get more support from the teachers. I personally, with my teachers, they've been great with responding to it. They've been super flexible about deadlines. They've been super flexible about attendance and that sort of thing. So I personally have really admired my teachers' response and their ability to be very flexible, and to not conform to the stigma that mental health isn't a serious issue, and then not empathize with people who have those issues in the classroom. So yeah.
To add on to what Isaiah was saying, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Something that I've noticed as well in my teachers is a little more awareness, like they're a little more tuned in to us as students and more of our emotional well-being. And I think that it sort of comes back to, like, I feel like we all wear an invisible backpack of our emotional baggage and our anything from our lives that makes it difficult for us. And as humans, I think a lot of really great people and really great teachers pre-pandemic were trying to be aware of our invisible backpacks as students. But I think that when schools initially shut down last spring, more teachers were trying to be more considerate, because now they could sort of guess what was in this backpack of ours: a sick family member, being stuck at home with a family situation that maybe wasn't ideal, or being stuck at home with another family member who perhaps struggles with mental health problems, and not being able to see your loved ones or your friends. And I think that going forward, I really hope that sort of frame of mind sticks. I had a teacher just yesterday. I was on Zoom, and I had to stay after to ask her about making up a test. And I was all nervous because I really just was not having a good day. And she looked at me and she said, "We don't need to talk about the test now if you don't want to. I can tell you're low. Are you low? Because you look low." And she didn't say sad, and she didn't say tired, because I hate those words. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm not great." She was like, "That's okay. You don't need to tell me about it. Like, email me when you're good. I hope your day gets better." And it's those little things of, she could more easily guess that something was going on, because we're all a little more in tune with each other's baggage. And I think that's really spectacular.
Bria, what I was going to mention is this little card. I don't know if people can see it. It's called the 5 Signs. And it's pretty simple. If you can read it at 3rd grade level and look at the little emoticon faces, it's the 5 most common signs of mental illness, not diagnostic. And we've given out, or I have in my travels, just under 500,000 of these cards. And my goal is simple. It goes to your question, which is, what can we be doing about it? And I've asked people to take these cards, put them on the refrigerator at home. And parents, who are often the last people to enter the contest here, and I say that as a parent who loved my son, but was pretty ignorant, to learn what these signs are and to start conversations with your own kids. If you feel like this, or your friends who are feeling like this, share it with us. No one's going to get in trouble. It's not like you did something wrong. We need to be conversant. It was a time in my life where we didn't really know what a stroke looked like or a heart attack looked like. We now know that. Everyone kind of knows that. We even know the Heimlich maneuver now. But I mean, really, we've just grown up. But we haven't grown up on mental illness. 1 in 5 adolescents, 1 in 5. 1 in 5 adults. We act like it's one person. I've been to too many schools where kids have said to me with wet eyes, "Am I the only one? Do other kids have these problems?" Of course not. There are a lot of people who have those issues. The good news is we can change that, but we need to involve the schools, who seem much involved. I love teachers and counselors. You guys get an A in my book from all the schools I've been to. The community writ large is not as up to speed as students and teachers and counselors. So we need to educate parents, not because they're not good parents, but because this hasn't been part of their lexicon their whole life. It wasn't part of mine. And once we do that and normalize it, you're going to feel more supported at home and in your neighborhood and among your friends. So talking about it, which the pandemic has allowed us to do. And the only thing I want to say also, when you go back to school, and maybe that'll be happening for all of you, that'll cause its own stress, by the way. I think we all need to be prepared for that. It's like exercising. After you have an exercise and your muscles ache again that you didn't know should be aching. And so it's going to be hard to get back in that routine. And so I think students especially need to know that they should be patient with themselves. It's going to take a while, but you'll get back. You'll come back. Right now, among young people, and I understand it, trust me, there's a fair amount of grieving going on. You've lost time that you shouldn't have lost, not your fault. But some of those things, if you lost a prom or, there are things that you can't quite get back, or kids didn't have graduation like everyone else did. It's not fair to you, but it is what it is. And it's hard to accept that. I get that. So we all need to be patient with young people, and they need to be patient with themselves, because you will get beyond this. Trust me, you will. It doesn't mean everything in life will be perfect, and maybe you'll still have some mental health issues, but talk about it. Talk about it. That's how it'll change. It's the only way we'll change the stigma, is realizing so many people are affected.
I think that's a great place to move into sort of the next question and to really build off that. By the way, Judge Broderick, there are a number of questions about where people can get those cards. So I will definitely have to get that info from you, and we'll share it out and when we post this this video so that people can get that. And I think, talking about what are the things that help, what are the things that we can do for each other, what are the things that we can do as educators who care about students and want to make sure that they're supported, and what are things as students that we could do to reach out to our peers. And so what are some of the things that you found that have been helpful, both before and now during the pandemic? What are some of those ways that that all of us can sort of connect and support each other and break that stigma?
For me, I feel like the biggest thing is educating our students, which I think that the curriculum that I was taught my sophomore year was fantastic, and I learned everything that I needed to know, but it was a little too late. We need to start educating our kids from a young age to be in tune with their emotions and in tune with their feelings, and be comfortable expressing them. I think if I had been given more of that mental health instruction prior to being 16 years old, I probably would have learned a lot about myself at a younger age. And it would have been sort of easier for me to accept that I needed help, and to know that that wasn't a bad thing. And the other thing that I can say is, when somebody reaches out to me, like, that just means the most, because a lot of the times it's super easy to doubt the severity of your sort of negative thoughts and everything. I think that if I am having sort of a down day or an anxious day, I need somebody else to tell me that they can see it on my face and in my body language before I can fully believe that I need to stop and take time for myself. And so even if if the person that you're reaching out to doesn't want to hug, they don't want to talk to you, they don't, want you to get them any help, just reaching out is like everything, just everything possible, because it acknowledges, I know you're not doing okay. I see it, and you don't have to deny it any longer. And that's the biggest thing for me, whether it's from a teacher, a peer, somebody else in my life. That's what's really made all the difference.
I was literally going to say the same points as Casey. So thank you. But I guess I'll just, I'll go off on them. So yeah, definitely. I was going to say, so I took OWL. I don't know how familiar you guys are with OWL education, but basically it's a very holistic kind of sex ed, but not really. It's really just like a really open open space, at least in my experience, where you talked about mental health, you talked about sexual orientation, you talked about race, you talked about everything. And at a younger age, I was like 6th or 7th grade, and just being exposed to that environment and being able to have open discussions at that time and be educated on mental health and be educated on gender identity and sexual orientation, that helped me become comfortable with my identity in the LGBTQ community. And that probably really helped my mental health in the future as I was coming to terms with that. So just like that in general, I think is a great, the name of the group, it's OWL. I forget what it stands for, but it's like, it's not necessarily a group, but I think it's like a kind of education. It's hard to explain, but if you just look up like OWL education, yeah, you're welcome. Sorry, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to the chat. But yeah, that definitely helped me to go off of what Casey said. And I definitely think having more discussions about that, having that just incorporated in the health class curriculum, I think needs so much emphasis because it's often really overlooked, I think, in schools, but it's such an important class, or it can be really important if we use it well. So yeah, and also about the reaching out, I think especially because of the stigma that we have right now about mental health, or we used to have, it's going away, luckily. Being able to validate people's mental health, and like Casey said, being able to recognize it, because it's just become so like entrenched within us because of it not being validated. To be able to actively validate someone, I think, can really help overcome that stigma and really help people feel comfortable being open about it and addressing that within themselves. So yeah, I was gonna say those two things and Casey said them, so thank you, Casey. And yeah.
I'll go ahead and jump in. You are both just so spot on with everything that I know from my experience working with young people. And also, I recently did some research, and one of the biggest findings in that research study was that students who need psychological support tell us that they want that accomplished through mental health literacy. And they just exactly what you said, students want that information, number one, and they want it earlier than they're getting it now, number two. And I just want to go off, Barry, you had asked what we could do. And I think one of the most important things is meeting people exactly where they're at and accepting whatever that is that's going on in their life. And I think that, we often sometimes think that we, don't want to give attention to that. And someone put something in the chat. I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was, but they said, something along the lines of, well, if it may be attention-seeking behavior. And I love it when people say that to me, because my answer every time, 100% of the time, is always, let's give it to them then. So if a student or a staff member, if we have staff members on the line and you have other staff members who are coming to you, or students, and I just strongly encourage people not to look at that as an attention-seeking behavior, but maybe support. And so I always say, let's give them that attention in the form of support, resources, and whatever else we can provide them with.
I don't want to sound like the old guy on the call, okay, but I may be. And that's this. I think one of the challenges for this generation is they live under stress that we didn't. And I had lunch one day with 8 eighth grade girls. You can imagine how excited they were when the old guy joined them for lunch. It was the only 22 minutes they had when they could use their iPhones, and they couldn't because I was at their table. But I said to them, I understand your generation feels stressed. And they started smiling at me like, wow, he understands that. And I said, why is that? And the little girl next to me, who they said was the best athlete in the school, said, I'll tell you why we're stressed. We're always trying to accomplish the next thing, so we'll be eligible for the thing after that. That was not my 8th grade life. And I think a lot of these kids who are just so talented are living at a pace and at a speed that most people younger than them or older than them did not. If you look at the Maine Youth Risk Behavioral Survey data, which tracks, by the way, the national averages, about 70% of high school kids do not get 8 hours of sleep, period. About 65% go to school without breakfast. Those are usually not the touchstones of success, but they can lead to anxiety and depression. They can help bring that on. And the last thing I want to say is I'm not anti-social media. I love social media. I'm on it myself. So don't take it the wrong way. But there's not a lot of social emotional growth on social media. Those screens are not for that. And those 8th grade girls I had lunch with, I said, how many hours are you on your iPhone? They can't use it in school. They said 6 or 7 hours a day. And I think there are a lot of parents that don't realize how many kids are sleeping with their iPhones and are on them after midnight. And I get it, and probably be doing it myself if I were your age, but it comes at a price. It really does. And so while it's important to be connected, especially during COVID, it's also important not to let it consume you. And one little girl at that table, she hadn't answered the question. I said, how many hours a day do you use your iPhone? She said, I only use it an hour or two. And I said, well, that's very good. She said, well, not really, because if I'm on there much longer than that, I get very depressed. And there's a lot of literature that will confirm that. So I think the pace at which these kids are living, some of it's self-imposed, but much of it's not. Much of it's not. And so I think all of us need to exhale. Okay, they're going to grow up and be whatever they're going to be. They're going to find their way and they're going to be successful. They don't have to be the head of their class in the 10th grade. I mean, good for you if you are, but it's not a requirement to be successful in life. What is a requirement is that you feel comfortable with yourself. Social, emotional is so important. And when Casey said, I wish we had been told that when we were younger, you are so spot on, Casey, on that. We need to infuse social, emotional learning into primary grades. And we need to bring parents along who didn't grow up in that world, but they got social, emotional strength for reasons that you don't. They used to have unsupervised play. Remember that? That's gone now. They weren't on traveling hockey teams at age 9. They had unscheduled time. They had family dinners. They had neighborhoods where you actually knew who your neighbors were. A lot of that added emotional strength and energy. A lot of young people in the world we're living in don't get that. It doesn't mean we can't do it. It just means we need to rethink how we do it. And I know that we can. And I just think there are a lot of influences that parents and communities need to think about. And schools are doing a very good job, but they can't do it alone. They cannot do it alone.
It's interesting that the first place that we all go to is talking about, like, what can we do? What can we learn? How can we sort of empower ourselves? And I think it's a really good point, talking about, I need this information early, I need it often, as that way to, sort of bolster ourselves. I think one of the interesting things that the pandemic's brought up for me is how interconnected my mental health is with all of those around me as well. And no matter how much I necessarily know, and even as a clinician myself, I can't do my own therapy, right? At least I've been told I can't. And so that's one of the pieces that I'm curious about is when we're thinking about mental health, what does that mean for us together as families, as communities, as schools? What does it look like when we talk about, what are the things that we can do with each other? Because I think the individual, and honestly, we tend to go individual first, right? Like our culture and the way we look at things is mental health. We often talk about mental health as an individual issue, when really we know that a huge part is the impact of where we are, and then also the impact of what supports we have from each other. It's not just on us individually to take care of ourselves, but really what are the supports that we can provide for each other? So I'd love to hear some of your experience with, Casey, you mentioned some supports that have been really good for you, but what are some things that we can do for each other when we're thinking about mental health and helping break down that stigma?
I think what was said before about just recognizing that in each other and validating that is the most important thing and the easiest thing that you can do. And yeah, that's been my experience with my friends. They just seem to they just need someone to be there and just like be present. And Karen said earlier, like being there for them and being with them where they're at, and just like letting that be enough, and not trying to necessarily make them feel better, not trying to like force them to feel better and telling them to feel better, but instead just being there with them, validating their experience, letting them know that they're totally okay being where they are, and just being a support system with whatever they need, because it's really individualized based on everyone's own mental health. So yeah, that would be that's my experience anyways. That's the best thing you can do.
To continue what I was saying before, and to bring up something from the chat about, how young is too young to sort of start that discussion. I think there's always a way that you can phrase it for a young child to understand. Obviously, you don't want to be discussing suicide with a 5-year-old, but there's always ways that you can bring it up. And I think something that stuck with me was my 3rd grade teacher read us this little picture book about filling other people's buckets. And then we had little like buckets in the back of the classroom, and we were supposed to write something nice for somebody and then like stick it in their bucket. And the whole idea was that the more you put into other people's buckets, the more you fill your own. And that's really stuck with me in life. If I'm having a bad day and I can't seem to like get out of that funk, the biggest thing I try to do is, oh, Isaiah, like, I really love that scarf you have on today. Like, where did you find that? That is so great. It's really, just complimenting like your skin tone, just whatever it is. And even if it's to a complete stranger, oh my gosh, I love those shoes. Just something small like that to fill other people's buckets. And I know those 2 examples I gave were on appearance, but it could be something so simple. Somebody shares in class and I'll say right away, oh my gosh, that was so intelligent. How did you phrase that so well? And just little things like that are, first of all, good for me because I feel good about sort of making that person's day, and it's great for the other person. So that's like a little something that I do for myself, and I also do for other people at the same.
Bear, I just want to give you two brief stories, very brief, but it follows along with what Isaiah said, which is being present for other people. And that doesn't just mean being physically in the same place. It means being present for them. My wife and I, pre-COVID, had gone out to dinner, and we were about 15 minutes from ending our meal, and this family came in, mother, father, 4 daughters. The oldest child looked 13. And my wife whispered, "Look at that family." And I looked over at them, and they were all on their devices, all of them. I wanted to go over and say, "They have takeout here, you don't have to pay a tip." And they sat there. We were there 15 minutes before our check came, and they had not spoken to each other. They hadn't looked up at each other, and they were still looking down when we left. And I remember going out to dinner with my parents and my sister, which was a big deal when I was a kid, and we always talked to each other. Or I listened to my parents talking. I learned a lot, by the way, just watching other people. The other thing, I spoke to a mother of president of his senior class in another state, not in Maine. And he was a co-captain of the varsity hockey team. He was a rock star at his school. He was pretty unhappy, by the way, too. Said, "I have no time." And I said to his mother, who had 3 other kids in high school, I said, "What's it like for you?" And she said, "I am the CEO of my kids' color-coded calendars." That's what she does. And I thought, my mother didn't do that, and she wouldn't have done it, and I wouldn't have asked her to. And so she was helpful, but she wasn't present because they weren't present. And I just can't emphasize enough how important it is to have eyeball-to-eyeball contact. And when you say to someone, "How are you doing?" it's not just like "good morning." It's a genuine question. And if people feel connected at that level, their days are going to be easier. And so what Isaiah said is powerfully true, I think. It's being present and slowing the train down. We're just all running too fast. I don't want to sound like the old guy, because I run pretty fast even now. But I come from a world where I developed social emotional strengths because I had time and models to follow. And today, oftentimes, my parents weren't on iPhones in the evening because we didn't have iPhones. We didn't have fax machines, okay? So they were present because they had no other choice, but they were also interested in what my day was like and how my sister was doing. it was very genuine and not forced, because we had the benefit of time, and that has been squeezed out of our everyday. Everyone's running on a calendar. My calendar used to be, what am I doing next month? Now, what am I doing at 2:30? It's a very different pace. So Casey and Isaiah are living in a world, trust me, unlike any adult ever lived in. And then you compound it with the pandemic. You guys are pretty resilient people, I'll tell you that. You'll get through this and you'll be stronger for it, but we should learn from it too. That's my hope, that we learn that it's not rocket science often. It's just taking the time, listening and learning and being present for other people, especially in our own group of friends or our own families. And it's not just fond memories of days past. It's really important.
Speaking of time, I'm going to try to be mindful of our time. And I think one of the last questions, and I think it's really interesting, even in the beginning of this presentation, we had our Commissioner of Education come on and talk about being a neuroplastician and having that ability to help reprogram our brains and to do things in a different way with intention. And that's research, brain research that we didn't really even have 10 years ago. We do have these evolving and new ways of looking at the impact of mental health on our daily lives. And I think sort of the empowerment to how are we addressing that? How are we talking about it? How are we breaking down those stigmas through building that understanding and awareness? And I think too, it seems like, and all of you have talked about it a little bit, but giving ourselves permission to do that, right? So not just talking necessarily about our own vulnerabilities and the things that we're struggling with, but connecting with others around theirs. And I think it might be interesting just in this last sort of go around, what are some of the things that, that you can talk about as far as ways that you've really found connection and ways that you've felt safe and secure during, this time of crisis that we are still in. We're still in the crisis of a pandemic. So what are the positive ways that you've been able to connect to others and to get that sort of connection back? And what are ways that you consider you've given yourself permission to be able to do that when it might have felt risky, either because of stigma or being vulnerable?
Bear, I'll go ahead and start with this one. I think one of the biggest things that I've learned throughout this time is to give not only other people grace, but to give myself that same grace that I give other people. I think sometimes, it's clear that everyone on this call is just extremely focused on helping other people as well. But sometimes it's really tough to take that time to help ourselves. And I think that's the best gift we can give ourselves. One of the comments in the chat was, someone mentioned taking a mental health day for a sick day. So I just wanted to address that real quickly. And I've always firmly believed in that for myself, because I've seen that when we don't take care of our own mental health, we see it manifest in physical symptoms. So that's not a far stretch to say if we don't take care of our own mental health, that it's likely that we will have some physical symptoms eventually. So having said that, I just kind of want to close out my piece with giving. Don't forget to give yourselves grace, all the students that may be in attendance, and the educators as well. It's a strength.
Bear, let me close out on this now too. I think focusing on yourself, I think what Karen said is so important, but focusing on others. In other words, you don't have to be the center of your universe every day. One thing I would love people to try doing, by the way, is see if they can go a whole day without taking a selfie. I never took a selfie because I wasn't that interesting, by the way. We've all made ourselves more interesting than we are, or we're trying to, and we're competing with each other on social media, and it is hard. One of the kids I spoke to in my travels, who was very successful in high school, he said to me, I really have followers, here at the high school. He was a varsity athlete. And he said, so they expect me to post certain pictures of myself and to be in certain environments. And he said, some days I'm not remotely that person. I don't have a chance to be who I am. I'm what other people think I am. And that's pretty scary, actually, to me at that young age. I think my message to young people is to just be yourself. You'll do fine. Most of the people I went to high school with, I wouldn't know where they lived today. At the time, they were pretty critical of my life, but I realize now maybe not as critical as I thought. Take care of yourself, be patient with yourself, and don't be so critical. And if others are critical of you, you can't focus on it. You just can't. And you will achieve, my life experience has been that you will end up in life pretty close to where you want to be. You may not all do it at the same pace. Life is funny that way, but you'll end up where you want to be. So don't worry about it. Do the best you can, and be present for someone else. That's not a big lift, but it's important. And teachers, by the way, who I come from a family of educators. I love teachers. My wife taught school. My dad, my sister, my aunts. I love teachers. I know how important it is. But one thing I don't know if teachers realize, maybe they do, they are 10 feet tall in the lives of young people. Every teacher I had, I remember. Every single teacher I had, I remember. And they all touched my life. I was listening to Pender today talking about how they change your thoughts and your brains. They also model behavior for you. And they're making a huge sacrifice. A lot of these folks don't have to be teaching. It's a calling at a very real level. And I think teachers being present for the students. So if they say to Casey, like that amazing teacher that day, Casey, how you doing? Maybe now's not the best time. That teacher gets a gold star in my view. And Casey will get the test. No one will remember when it was given or what you got for a grade. But she was smart enough to understand you were a human being. And that's how most teachers are. So my hat's off to them.
I guess the last thing that I wanted to mention, sort of jumping off of what everybody has said so far, is that I gave a presentation to all of the staff at my school going back into this year, just because I am a student representative. That's what I do. It's right there in the title. So I wanted to, let them all know, like, here's where kids are at, because we're going into this hybrid model. We haven't been in the building in, 4 months. And the last thing that I said was, please take care of yourselves first. My mother's a teacher. I want to be a teacher. I've been, in school for however many years now with teachers. And the biggest thing I can say about young people is that we match energy. And not to go completely Gen Z on everybody here, but if the vibes are off in the classroom, the vibes are off in my head. And we so quickly, whether it's consciously or not, will pick up on whether or not you're doing okay. And I've seen a lot of teachers come in frazzled, stressed out, and they need a mental health day. Please take it. We can only do well when you're doing well. And the same thing goes for parents. If my mother had been more open with her emotions with me, and again, I don't think it was her fault. I think it was just because she didn't feel that it was appropriate to be open with her emotions to me because she was my mother. It totally is. Share with your children, take care of yourself for your children, and take care of yourself for your students. I mentioned bucket filling. You cannot fill other people's buckets if yours is empty.
Casey again took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say, really, just like, it really has to start in you, and that's the hardest place to start. Is your self-love, self-reflection, dealing with your own pile of crap. That's really the hardest thing to do, but that's the most necessary in order for you to really be a shining light for other people and to really have that ripple effect. Because if you're not taking care of yourself and you're telling other people to be better or to get better, you're not putting your money where your mouth is. So really just, I want to emphasize that point of self-love, just really, keeping yourself in mind and having that mental health day and really taking care of yourself so you can then better take care of other people or take better care of other people. So amen to Casey.
And I just want to say thank you so much to all of you for coming and talking about us, a subject. I mean, here we are talking about breaking stigma, knowing that what we're talking about, isn't easy. It's not easy for us personally. It's not easy for us, for all of the people in our lives that it affects, and for all the people it's going to affect. And so for you to come here and talk about that, for Judge Broderick to continue moving forward and sharing this information and building this awareness and understanding, it's part of the key of how we're making these things better. And so thank you all for participating in this and being vulnerable and sharing your wisdom, and really having a nice open conversation about it. So thank you all. And also with that idea of taking care of ourselves, let's take the next 8 minutes and take a breath, get some water. We do have an accelerated pace today. So if it's too much, please feel free we're gonna have all of these sessions are recorded. You'll be able to access them at another time. Feel free to drop questions in. We're gonna keep asking them today. But for all of you that are here, thank you so much. And we'll see you at 11 o'clock for our next presenter. Thank you all.
Previous panelists and speakers, that was a phenomenal first session. We're excited to move into our second session now for the day, which we've entitled Keep Calm and Educate On, the Impact of COVID-19 for Educators. We have 3 marvelous educators joining us today. And what we'll do is have each of them speak individually. I'll do a brief introduction for each of them. They'll do their piece, and then the next one will come on. All 3 will then come back together at the top of the hour for the panel discussion, joined by a few others. So that's the way this is going to work. So we'll move on to our first presenter for the second session. Our first speaker is Aisha Hall. Aisha is the District Social Emotional Learning and Equity Resource Coordinator, that's a mouthful, for Lewiston Public Schools. She is chairwoman of the Mayoral Ad Hoc Committee of Equity and Diversity and vice president of the board of the YWCA in Central Maine. She spent the last 11 years offering mental health support to students and families throughout the Northeast. We're very, very glad she's with us today. Please welcome Aisha Hall.
Hi, thank you for having me. And it's Aisha. I want to make sure, because there's about an Ashley and Alicia and Alyssa in our office at Lewiston Public Schools. So I'm always correcting or making sure folks don't get us confused. But I'm really happy to be here. Like you said, I am the Social Emotional Learning and Equity Resource Coordinator for Lewiston Public School District. And I'm really excited to be here because I'm always enamored by the folks who share the same experience with me, so much so that I'm like, what do you want me to say? How do you want me to present? How structured do you want me to have it? But Bear's told me that I could be as comfortable, act like I'm in my living room. So I made sure that I did it in my home office, present in my home office today, but I will be sharing my screen just to keep me focused, because I go on a tangent, because I'm, again, with a bunch of educators who share my experience. So let me share. And I'll go as quickly as I can, because I know I'm sharing the time and space with another educator, or a few other educators, and we'll have questions after this. So I wanted to talk about self-care. When I came into this position, it was February 1st. I was excited. I had the plan of scouting the land, making sure I met as many people and presented myself and my role in as many buildings so no one would get confused, because it is a mouthful. I'm the Social Emotional Learning and Equity Resource Coordinator. And like we talked about, mental health and mental wellness and social emotional learning, we have a lot of buzzwords about the work that we do and how we think about our brain and the way it works. But we all think about it differently. And for me, coming into this role, in a role that doesn't exist everywhere in our state, it was exciting. It was anxiety provoking. I'm gonna say it. And I knew I had my hands full. So for me, of course, if I'm going to be talking about self-care, I had to make sure that I had my own self-care under control. So of course I had plans for myself, my team, for all the folks that they had presented to me as the social emotional learning facilitators. But then COVID hit. And so of course, my that first month of observation is that, wow, yes, our students need social emotional learning and social emotional skills and support, but the biggest problem is our adults need it too. And for some reason, we don't think this work is for us. And so, of course, I had that thought and that notion going into our school closure on March 16th or 15th. But I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. So I'm going to be guiding and presenting. I'm giving our working definition for social emotional learning, just so when I'm talking, we're all on the same page. So before I start speaking for our diverse learners, I want to go ahead and read it. Social emotional learning means the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals. They feel free to feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. So of course, that's a really big job for anybody. But when we start talking about social and emotional learning and social emotional supports, what I found and what I learned is our educators had a problem with deciphering between the two. And what's more, we were charged to teach and to educate students on skills and abilities and thoughts and beliefs that we weren't comfortable with ourselves. And then we didn't feel comfortable sharing and talking about and looking internally. So we have 5 components of social emotional learning. And the first is self-awareness. And to teach self-awareness, you have to be okay with being vulnerable and teaching that yourself. And being that we're educators and our responsibility is to our students, we are the system that our students were encountering. And so we had a big responsibility and still have a big responsibility to do our own hard work, to make sure that social supports for ourselves were intact. But how do you do that in schools? And so that was my biggest challenge. And you can imagine the stress and anxiety around trying to plan for a pandemic, a triple pandemic, no less, in a district that's 97% free and reduced lunch. And so dealing with all of the issues of poverty, of race, of health. So the emotions were everywhere. Emotions were rampant. And when people don't have a ways or an understanding of dealing with and managing their emotions, or not having a way to talk about them, it's affecting everything, right? So if you can picture as a social emotional learning and equity resource coordinator, it was my duty to get all of this information to folks. And I was really stressed about how to figure out how. And I had to come to an understanding for myself that I'm teaching as well. I'm leading in this space. And for me, what leading means is just going ahead. And so that's what I did. I went ahead. If I'm pushing social emotional learning, I was doing that first and foremost for myself. But one of the things that we made sure to do for our staff was, or what I made sure that we had, was a system of understanding how we were going to talk about these things, or how we're going to talk about emotions, how we're going to talk about feelings, how we were going to talk about emotions and feelings to students in pre-kindergarten and also in 12th grade, all dealing with, and how we're going to talk about it for ourselves. And so what our school district and what I did was made sure to partner with the Yale School of Emotional Intelligence. And they have a program called Ruler. And you'll see in the background here, I have a grid, and that's called our mood meter. And I'm sure some of you have heard about it, but I wanted to bring that to our district systematically to make sure we were all on the same page. We were all talking the same languages because like it says on the slide, emotions matter to everything. It affects our attention, memory, and learning, our quality of relationships, which during a pandemic, we had to make sure that we had our emotions regulated so that we could figure out new ways to relate to each other and figure out new ways to stay social and safe. Decision making. There was a lot of folks panicking. I'll say from in my experience, I came into our school district with a new superintendent. And within 6 months of that time and 4 months of getting through the primary planning stages and decision-making stages of the pandemic, our superintendent resigned. We also had some other moves and transitions. And of course, everybody's emotions were all over. And so we needed to make sure that I needed to make sure that our district had some way to talk about these things and to understand what was going on so that we could settle down and make some decisions, be innovative, excuse me. Sorry about that. Be innovative and creative about the things that we're doing. So with that, sorry about that, y'all, technology. Technology has been a stressor. So emotional support takes a toll on educators. I've found, of course, like I was just saying, that when the stuff hit the fan, when we had to make decisions, when we were treading through the weeds and we didn't know what was next, our emotions were affected, which meant our relationships, our decisions, how our mental health and our emotional health. Most important in this moment, because we're talking about mental health as and getting rid of that stigma around mental health. So of course, the pandemic made this social emotional learning topic a big issue and important and imperative to our health and well-being, but we didn't know what we were doing. And also, like was said before, this wasn't something that we talked about in school. So we have a bunch of educators that were educated. Well, from myself, I was educated in the 80s and 90s. I had my own differences. I struggled with anxiety. I came from a neighborhood where poverty, violence, all of the above. My ACEs scores, I say it's an 8 on a good day. But we weren't talking about it in those days. And so I was educated in that, and now I'm an educator. We were educated in a system that now we have to change it, and we don't know how, and that's a lot of stress. And I said here, when we're in trauma, both administrators and educators are often the first responders to students who are suffering with the racism, the poverty, the homelessness, and the abuse that's going on in homes. But not only that, in a pandemic, we're also dealing with that. We're also dealing with our own stories. I think Casey mentioned the invisible backpack. We all come with that. That meant educators as well. Said I read in Ed Week, which I was surprised, but not really. They found that 43% of teachers had difficulty finding ways to help students who appear to be struggling with problems outside of school. And like I said in the beginning, and what I observed prior to the pandemic and our school closure, was the reason for that is because educators weren't used to taking care, looking inside of ourselves. We didn't have all of the tools that we needed to handle not only the secondary trauma, but the trauma that we were experiencing in our own lives and in our own families. So when I talk about self-care, it's hard for me now, being in the position that I'm in, not to associate it with social emotional learning as well as equity. Some of the things that got me through, and this is my way of articulating how we got through it, or how our staff got through it with Lewiston Public Schools, and I can't wait for the questions, was to make sure that we educated ourselves and we identified key information. And so when we're talking about emotions, we're talking about that ruler approach. We didn't want to just use that, and I'll make sure to bring it closer, but we didn't want to just use that for our students. We do that and use that for ourselves, and to make sure that we have information about what we're going through and how it's impacting us. And key information, information overload and burnout. A lot of educators, we want to make sure that we're doing all that we can for our students. And so of course, we're going to read up on everything that we can. And we're watching the news 24/7 to make sure, for us, it's email. We're looking at our email to see if our superintendents, and that's another update. But identifying key information and pre-planning for ourselves is a really big tool. And connecting to courageous spaces. One thing that helped our district and helped me, of course, because everything I did, I lead because I went first. Connecting to courageous spaces. So I came into a position that didn't exist before in this school district, and it doesn't exist in very many places across the state or the country. And so during our pandemic, we had a lot of racial tension, a lot of violence and murder, and carrying that into a new position, being a woman of color, being a Black woman, it was really tough to carry on. And being in a state that I think is the second whitest state in the United States, it was tough to find spaces where I could heal and I could talk and could figure out and process not only what was going on in the world, but what was going on this new job I just took on. So that became a big tool for me. And because of that, it moved me to create spaces in our school district so that we have ways to talk about what we're dealing with. And so with our ruler, and I can talk more about that, and I also have a folder for you just in case I run out of time. But with our ruler approach, we have seven areas of emotion management. We learned about that. We had a course in the beginning, knowledge is power. Knowledge is the best self-care. We had an Emotions Matter Google course that I put together for our staff, but I didn't leave them hanging to say, all right, now you have all of the tools you need to support your students when they get back to school. You got this. What I did was on Fridays, and I'm actually having one later on today, I think, we have Big 7 support groups. And I believe that that's the most poignant professional development that we have in our district right now, where we come and talk about those 7 areas of emotion management and how we're doing with them. I already said to know your limits on that information and overload. Like I said, I would make sure to when I talk to my mom and my family and other educators, reminding them, like, you don't need to know all the news. Make sure you choose what news we have Wellness Wednesdays in our school district as well. And I used to in the beginning. Now I can talk about why I don't do it anymore. But Wednesdays was always my day to catch up on our news and catch up on the things that I had missed. And so I wasn't bogging myself down and bothering myself with news and social media on Mondays and Tuesdays. But Wednesdays, I'm like, all right, let's be social. That quickly changed it. Also, the last tool is that you deserve rest and recovery, and we all deserve rest and recovery. There's been a lot of pressure on educators in this season to figure things out, to know all the answers. And a lot of times we put that pressure on ourselves. The best self-care is to understand that you do need self-care and that you need to be finding people and spaces that hold that as a value. So like I was talking about just a second ago, those 7 areas for healthy emotion management. We have psychological and physiological self-care. So that's mindfulness. I would have, if we had time, stop for just a 3-minute breathing exercise. I'm trying to make it a thing in our school district to start off our meetings and to mention taking mindful moments every time we get together. Because of course, if we're doing it for ourselves as adults, it's going to be easier to start your morning meeting taking a 1-minute mindfulness break and making that a thing in our district. Right now, it still feels weird. We use Headspace for educators. And that, I think Maine has, if you use your school ID or you use your school email address, you get a free account. And that's been a saving grace for me because I can just plop that on, choose one of the meditations and put it on during our meeting. So balancing that that technology thing out has been helpful. But that's psychological self-care. Healthy relationships and social support. We talk about finding courageous spaces to talk, think, and process, and managing your thoughts, having a toolbox for doing. So when you have those bad thoughts, one of my favorites is the reframing. And that's really just taking it outside of yourself and looking at the situation like a picture. But that also takes some mindfulness practice. So those two are wrapped up together. And doing things that you enjoy. I've been painting. I also have an affinity group that I created in our school district, this Educator of Color Collective, and getting together and doing and creating groups and creating spaces for people is something that I enjoy and has been helpful for others. And managing life well. That one of those manage your life well is easier said than done, especially as an educator. It has been really difficult for me to make sure that I'm giving all that I know our entire district needs, being one person, knowing of course that it's not possible, but being honest and realistic with what I can do and what I can't do, but actually setting those boundaries so those things that I say I can do, I can actually commit to. And so one thing I tried to be sure of this year was to not take meetings before 8:30 or 9:30. That hasn't gone well, but knowing that I have that boundary there, I make sure that I'm speaking to folks and letting them know, like, hey, my superintendent, and of course he might watch this, but it is what it is. I made sure that I let him know I have 3 younger children, and we make sure that because this is a new job, before this, they had me all to themselves. And it's been a process of shifting out of working mom to mom at work, especially when you have a pandemic and you're in the house and they're hybrid, it gets really tricky. So I try to be consistent with some things. And I was brave enough to say, hey, I really think if you want me here before 8:35 or 8:45, you might want to move these meetings because this is what I do during these times, and being honest about my situation and making sure to encourage teachers and other educators to do the same. Managing life well doesn't always mean having everything together, but it also means being honest with yourself and with others about what you can and can't handle, or what you don't know you can handle yet. It's like I told you something last week and really it's not working for me. That's also a part of setting boundaries and managing life. Where am I? Some other things that we did this year, unless I have some time, is to create connections throughout the school district through our equity resource team. See, they gave me this very, very long topic. Long title. And for me, I take it really seriously that those two balance each other out. You can't have one without the other. And so we've created some two-way communication throughout our school district. But again, because I'm one person, it's slow. It's slow in coming. But I think creating those spaces of communication, like we have a social emotional learning team where it's made up of educators, one administrator, and a social emotional learning facilitator who is paid for their position, a stipend. And I made sure to have a mental health advocate, whether it be our social worker or the guidance counselor in the building or some school counselor in the building. We meet once a month. We'll be meeting this afternoon as well, just to talk about the supports that we're creating for our students and for our staff as well, our professional development. I made sure that we're emphasizing professional development that looks unique to our situation. So it's not just watching a webinar, it's engaging in book studies and being sure to talk about being courageous about how to bring equitable education to our students. So creating those spaces to have those conversations is important to our mental health as well. And so, like I said, those are one of the things that I enjoy. Those are some of the things that we're doing. And I welcome your questions. Oh, look at me, I'm good. 11:25. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Asia. I feel terrible because I know you want to keep going, and you certainly.
No, I don't. I want to hear more. I'm learning so much. So
excellent. Well, we'll look forward to hearing more from you at the top of the hour. So thanks so much. Christine Profrock is the music director at Calais Middle High School. It's in Washington County, of course. She's been teaching in public schools for 20 years, in addition to 12 years in private and university. She's deeply passionate about the mental health of students and educators alike. She participates regularly in trainings with NAMI Maine and teaches mental health programs and mindfulness courses in the school community. We're very pleased to have Christine Profrock joining us today. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you so much, Rich. Thank you for asking me to participate in this amazing day. And I've learned so much already just listening to the wonderful people who are presenting. And thank you for everyone who is here and doing this work with us today and who will be watching these videos in the future. So again, I'm the music director at Calais Middle High School and here in Northeastern Washington County. And when I spoke with Rich about this, he said, well, you know, you're just in your living room. Well, I'm actually in my dining room right now, but I really just wanted to give you kind of an overview of things in Washington County and some of the things that we're doing here in Calais as far as our community at large and our school community as well. So we're a town of about 2,800 or so people, so a small town right here on the border of St. Stephen, New Brunswick. And so a couple of things that have happened as far as our wide community here in Calais is that with the border closure, that has taken a big toll on our town in general. So, so much of the traffic across the bridge with the citizens of St. Stephen has had the lack of that now with the border closure for the last year has taken quite an economic impact on our town, as well as many of our families have immediate family members on both sides of the border. And so even with, you know, one parent and one parent on the other side and students on both sides, it's really taking an emotional toll on some of our families here in the community that they can't just get across the border and see immediate family members like they are used to. So that's one of the big things that has impacted us. Also, the fact that we have had a lot of mental health challenges here in our immediate community. We've had sadly, several suicides in the area, including one student from a neighboring school. And so as I think it was Isaiah who said it earlier in the panel discussion, that this has been kind of an awful sort of thing, but it also has brought mental health and our mental health challenges to the forefront of our communities. And that was something that was very, very much needed. Our school, 7 through 12, has about 330 students. And so we have, how should we say, we have our challenges. We have an amazing administration, thank goodness, and they go above and beyond to do anything and everything that they can to help the staff and help the students, especially concerning mental health challenges. And so one of the things that has come out of this time is the opportunity to offer a lot of peer-supported groups, events within our community. We have spent a lot of time with our NAMI Maine friends who have come and spoken with us and done classes with us and community forums with us to help in the understanding of some of the mental health challenges that we have, as well as bring opportunities for us to come together as a community and really address the situation. I completely agree with the many people who have said already today that that many people who maybe have not had any sense of mental health challenges previously are now starting to feel those things. They're starting to feel some depression or anxiety or a sense of isolation because of the pandemic. And that has led to a bit of an opening for us to actually be able to talk about it. One of the main things here in Down East Maine that I've noticed, I'm not from here, I've been in Calais here for about 4 years, is that this is a very rural environment, and to be successful out here, a lot of people, the kind of general community feeling is that, you know, we're tough people. We can do a lot of things out here to make sure that we're okay and we get by. And in some ways, that's an absolutely amazing thing. But in other ways, we've seen that really stops people from reaching out when they do need help sometimes, especially when it's surrounding some sort of mental health challenge. And so one of the things that we have been able to understand within our current situation is that many of the people here in our local area who would not normally reach out if they're having problems, mental health challenges, they would more likely reach out to someone that they know has had a similar experience, not necessarily to a clinician, but to someone that they feel that they can actually relate to, who has had their own struggles and found a way to work their way through them. And so bringing NAMI in has been a huge help to us because most of their programs are peer-led programs and peer-supported programs. And so working with them has been really a godsend in so many ways that we're starting to try to build a NAMI affiliate group here in Calais in Washington County. And we have had an entire group of people that was originally started through the school district with several of our administrators, a guidance counselor, myself, who were interested in being able to bring more support to our community around mental health. And so we've really been able to put this group together of amazing people, from local clinicians to people with just their own experience, to law enforcement, all kinds of people in our local community, people that have the ability to really make an impact, that they somehow have, whether it's their job or their personality, whatever, that they really create an impact in the community, and have a really good group of people who are coming together to try to make this all work. Here in rural Washington County, we are definitely short on medical support and mental health support. When our kids are in need or community members in need, it is often anywhere from 4 to 10 months for them to be able to get in to actually see a clinician. And so in the meantime, one of the things that we can do is, with NAMI's help, bring in a lot of training for people, a lot of educational programs for people, and the opportunity for people with their own experience to lead some peer-led support groups. And in hopes that that will help bolster the support that people have in our community, to be able to manage, especially during this past year of the pandemic and the extra stress and isolation that so many people feel around it. So also, another one of the really fabulous things that is happening here in Washington County is that the Washington County Consortium has offered several trainings for us in SEL, and as well as the opportunity to have, again, peer-led facilitators having groups on a monthly basis with teachers from around the county to just check in, just to say, how are you doing? What are you struggling with? What are you having success with? How can we help? How can the administration help? What do you need to try and make this easier and for us to be able to do the best that we can for ourselves and for our students? So one of the big things that we've worked on and that I do in my own classroom is to be able to acknowledge what we're feeling. And Aisha referred to this in her presentation, that to be able to just validate things that are happening. So I open every class with, how is everyone? Please tell me. And if nobody responds very often, I will talk to specific students if they're willing to talk. There's never a pressure to do that. But that the kids in our classes and other staff members, when you walk into the staff room and say, hey, how is everybody doing? Pass the teacher in the hallway, how are you doing? To know that there are people who really are interested, to be able to validate what's happening in our own lives, for the kids to be able to come in and say, gosh, I'm struggling right now, and know that they're being heard. That is the big thing, to know that they're actually being heard, that there's somebody there who is actually listening, not to dismiss them or not to say, well, we need to do this now instead or whatever, but to really be present and just to be there when there's a need. So in my music classes, for instance, we've lost a lot as far as being able to play together and sing together and those types of things. But using this time, acknowledging the loss that we feel, the isolation that we feel, the upset that we feel that we've lost these opportunities during the pandemic. Okay, that is absolutely valid, absolutely valid. But then to be able to kind of move that to the other side and say, okay, but this is where we are. So what can we do to make the best out of the situation? So, but to actually really, really understand that people's well-being is what is most important. Our curriculums are important, absolutely. Can we move away from those during this time? For me personally, I've had to, just because of the situation, but we still need to teach, we still need to do all of these things, we still need to be able to manage online learning and all of these other things that the pandemic has kind of forced us into. But to be able to say, this is how I feel, this is valid for me, and then to be able to say, okay, but this is where we are, and so how can we make that work to our advantage? So so here in Calais, we have just been working very hard to manage whatever we can as far as the pandemic. We have an amazing administration who has been so helpful and so supportive, and just trying to be present to what we need to do to make it through this time. So I see my time is up. So thank you so much for actually having me here today. And thank you, Rich, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate you being here and looking forward to hearing more from you at the top of the hour. Our third speaker for this session is Ellen Nicholas. Ellen is a K-8 art teacher at Spake Elementary School, formerly known as the Beatrice Rafferty School in Spake, formerly known as, or on most maps as Pleasant Point on the Canadian border. And Ellen, thank you for joining us. We know you, well, I know you literally just finished class and jumped on here. So thank you very much for being here. We have about 10 minutes. So if you can just share some of your observations on how things have been in your part of the world, we'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, thank you for having me. So what has it been like remote teaching? We've been remote teaching since March of last year, and it's been quite a wild ride. We thought we'd be back like in a month or so, but that didn't happen. Well, for art class, I made art kits that I sent out each week with the school meal program, because our school would send home meals for each student once a week, like in big packs. So I would send home like art projects and materials each week. And we have like over 140 kids. So that was a lot of art kits I was making each week. We didn't have anything scheduled at first, so we didn't have any Zooms or anything. We had no way of like contacting the students because we had an issue where we were changing from Beatrice Rafferty to Sabaig Elementary. We were unable to get emails for our students, so it was really chaotic at first. But once we got that issue resolved, it was about like mid-April where the students finally got their emails, and we were able to connect that way. And we finally got Google Classroom up and running. And eventually I started doing weekly art Zooms in clusters. So I'd have K2, 3, 4, then 5, 8. And we met each week and we did some art activities together. And I learned early on that the materials that I sent home, they would usually go missing. So we mostly did a lot of digital art projects together. I also created like an art website at that time for like different programs for the kids to use at home in their spare time, like different art related projects and websites. And I also would post like lessons and slideshows for the students to go over. And I put like little Easter eggs for the kids up there where they had to find different things and they could win a prize, usually like something to do with art terminology that they could find in the slideshow or in the video lesson. I also had two children at home that I had to like help out with their remote learning because we didn't really have like a Zoom schedule. So I had to like make up their own schedule just to keep it structured so that it seemed like they were still going to school. So that was kind of interesting, but we kept it fun. And then over the summer, I taught an after school program with Zoom and got used to Zoom. I'm so happy for that summer after school program that I helped teach because it did prepare me for the fall where we did remain remote learning. And the school board made that decision because we're transitioning from Beatrice Rafferty to Sabaig Elementary. We're getting a new building, a bigger building where we can actually all fit. We've decided to stay remote until we could go into the new school and have more space. So we've been remote learning for fall and for the spring, but lately 2 weeks ago, the school board committee decided that we would be going hybrid. So we're back in the school. This is my first week back in the school. And it's been really exciting to see the kids for the first time in 1 year. But it has been quite the change. It's a new schedule we have to get used to all over again. But we're trying to work out the kinks that we've been experiencing as we've gone on. My schedule is super busy, as Rich just said, that I literally just got done teaching and I ran to my classroom to jump on here. We were unable to go to the new school because there were issues. The floor was done incorrectly, so they had to redo it. So we actually had to go hybrid in our old building. And the reason why we chose to go hybrid is because we don't have enough space in our old building for all the kids to practice safe social distancing measures. So we have half the kids on Monday, Tuesday, and the other half of the kids on Thursdays and Fridays. And parents have the choice to have their kids stay full remote. So classroom teachers are teaching both live students and students at home at the same time. I was very lucky where with art, I got to make the decision to teach my full remote kids separately on a separate day, so that when I'm in the classroom, I can just focus on the students that are there with me. And it's also helpful with materials because I really can't send lots of materials home, as we've learned that a lot of those materials usually just go missing and they don't have all the stuff that we have here in the school that they do at home. So I was so happy that I was able to do that. But preparation for the fall, we were way more prepared in the fall than we were in the spring. We learned a lot from the spring though, and over the summer. We had a lot of really awesome workshops that we went to where we learned lots of different programs that have helped us a lot to make our remote learning successful for our students. We learned how to use Google Classroom, the dashboards that we made for the students, which are basically Google Slides with links, so that the students, when they open their computer, they have their dashboard right there, and they have all these different icons on their screen so that they click it and it will take you right to their Zoom, or a button where it takes them right to their Google Classroom. So that dashboard was definitely a lifesaver for this year. We also owe our principal like so much, because he scheduled this perfectly for all students. The schedule was pretty consistent for K through 8. And I think that's what helped our attendance. Our attendance was really well done. We had great attendance. And for art specials, I had it in the afternoon, and I got to have it so that I met with each classroom instead of the clusters, which I really loved, because the kids were, more confident in themselves, talking with just their peers and not with like the older kids or the younger kids. So we got to do a little bit more, and my attendance was so much better in the fall compared to the spring. Also, so challenges. The materials part was definitely very challenging. And I also had more job duties as the art teacher. I was not only the art teacher, I also became a mentor for our school. The mentor program for our school, we get teamed up with different students that were responsible for like helping them with any technical difficulties that may have at home. We would email them a couple times a week. We would contact parents once a week, and just remind them about class if they were late for their Zooms, remind them about assignments. And we also had daily Zooms each day at 10:30 for anyone that needed like any homework help or any other assistance. So my job duties kind of grew. And also with all of that contact, parent contact, student contact, I had to log all of that. So it was a lot of work. So that was kind of a challenge where I was kind of just used to being the art teachers. I had more things that I had to do on top, but all of us at Sabaya Elementary, we all kind of had to step up and help out and help each other out. And I'm so happy. I'm so lucky to have such great coworkers who've helped me out with a lot of the things, like learning how to use all these different programs and helping me prepare all the art kits, because 140 is a lot of art kits. So I was so happy I had some people that would come in and try to help me and put them in envelopes so they can get sent out. So I was really lucky that it's like a huge team effort, everything that we've done here. Let's see, what else?
Ellen, would you mind speaking just a little bit to maybe some of the mental health experience that your kids have had? I know, or your staff have sort of gone through this year.
Yes. So we start off the day with each class doing like a social emotional lesson in the classroom. And they mostly they talk to each other, ask how they're doing. They also will do like little activities together. We're in the works of trying to get some training where the teachers will be trained as SEL instructors so that we can train the rest of the staff here. So we have more training on that. Personally, I was very lucky to have like a really strong family structure and healthy household. So I kind of just got to hang out with my favorite people, and I mostly did a lot of reading. And I got some puppies over the summer, so that kind of took my mind off of things. With my own children at home, I haven't really been taking them out anywhere, and they're kind of stuck at home, and I kind of see the effects with that. But in some ways I've seen some positives too, because where we're all online and digital, having these extra programs like the summer after school program, the students have had time to connect with their peers. And my daughter actually made a couple of new friends that I think she would not have made in school. So there's some positives as well. Let's see.
Thanks so much, Ellen. Unfortunately, we are running up on the time here, but it'll be really great to have you back in the panel to be able to talk about this more. And we're really looking forward to that. So we're going to take just a couple of minutes now. I know it's coming up on lunch, and this isn't like a traditional workshop where we'd be able to take an official lunch and to be able to connect and talk, which I think is too bad. But I would say definitely take this time, grab some water, grab something to eat if you're going to stay with us through the panel that will be at 12. We're going to talk more about sort of that educator lived experience, about what things have been like over the year, and about some of the barriers and strengths that we've found during this year. So would like to invite you all back for that at 12 o'clock, and we will see you then.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning. It is lunchtime. For those of you who are watching asynchronously, I know it's always odd to have the time and date stamps in the panel, but it has turned into afternoon. And my name is Bear Shea. I'm the mental health and school counseling specialist for the Department of Education. And I'm going to be moderating this panel, which is really looking to talk more and more in depth on just the topic of, I think, lived experience for educators over this past year, and just to speak more for what Aisha and Christine and Ellen talked on earlier. This conversation, I would, again, treat it sort of just like, sitting all together in our living room, which maybe a lot of us haven't had a lot of practice in this past year. And also just kind of letting everybody know that's watching live, please feel free to direct specific questions into the Q&A side of things. And we have let the chat open. So if there, part of this is sort of a community discussion around what we've experienced over this past year. So feel free to put some of that in the chat. Just know that we won't be answering questions out of the chat. So if you have some specific questions, feel free to put those in the question and answer. And if there are things that we mention, tools that we're using or interventions, we'll do our best to try to gather those up and share them out once we wrap. So all that information will be on the DOE website, as well as the recordings of this session. So I'm just gonna go through and ask the panelists to introduce themselves and their role, and then we'll start doing some questions. So Aisha, why don't we start with you?
Sure, thank you. My name is Aisha Hall. I have a long title, a social emotional learning and equity resource coordinator for Lewiston Public School District.
Thanks. Amber?
Hi, my name is Amber Miller. I'm actually not a current educator. I'm an associate at a law firm called Chester & Vestal in Portland, Maine. Prior to my experience as an attorney, I was a teacher for 10 years, 7th and 8th grade special education for kids with emotional and behavioral disabilities. I was a foster parent and now an adoptive parent of 2 kids with a trauma history. And I truly understand the, the secondhand trauma and the weight of carrying the work home every day that educators feel.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, my name's Jonathan Radke. I'm the assistant principal out here at Falmouth High School. And I actually live just around the corner from Amber's office.
Christine?
Hi, my name is Christine Prufrock, and I serve as the music director at Calais Middle High School.
And Bonnie.
I am Bonnie Robbins. I'm school counselor at Whittier Middle School in Poland. I'm also adjunct professor in the counseling department at USM and assistant chair of the Maine School Counselor Association, and work really closely with Bear Shea at the DOE on some of this SEL and mental health pieces.
So part of the reason for this entire, bringing all these speakers together and really having these panels is to really genuinely acknowledge this past year and the intensity and the way that it's landed on educators and sort of that collective impact. I think one of the things I try to talk a lot about to the field when I'm talking about mental health is, all of us tend to focus our care and our attention on our students, which of course is where our passion is, and where we want to be the most effective. And one of the things that the pandemic has done is really caused us to look at not only how our students are affected, but really how we are affected and how our peers are affected. And so I kind of just wanted to just start off opening that up, just talking a little bit about how this year has been, some of the barriers that we've come up against. And my plan is over this conversation to talk about some of the different time periods, eventually looking at the spring and the summer and sort of where we're at now. And then towards the end, talk about some of the strengths and some of the things that we found out of this. But I'd like to start in some of the yuck and some of the discomfort. And so if you all don't mind, and like I said, treat this like a conversation, feel free to sort of jump in and out. Not every single person has to share on every topic, but really jump right in and feel free to share. Would anyone like to start?
I can start because my yuck was starting in February and then closing, or not, in closing March 16th. That was, and before that, I was a consultant. I wasn't a consultant in Maine. I had a child study team in New Jersey and Philadelphia. So, I'm new to Maine. Didn't really have a social circle. We're part of the Bates family. However, they're also another institution that we had to get to know. And so the yuck for me really was figuring out how I'm going to build relationships with all of these people that I don't know. Mind you, I consider myself a social introvert. And so I'm very open, I'm happy, I talk, but I need time to go inside myself and process what the heck is going on. There was no room for that. There was no room for it because now I'm working with my football coach husband in the same house as my 7-year-old daughter who's hated in the beginning this virtual learning thing, and a 10-year-old who was very excited about school and now it's like, very smart, very, very enthusiastic. He was going to go to Boston and have some sort of, he was going to some science camp, so excited, and then that was gone. And so I also have 6,000 plus students in a district that I have I know a lot about because my kids are a part of that school district, but I had to learn every facet of the school district in order to feel like I could effectively help. So that was yucky. I'll pass. We can keep talking about it, but that in and of itself, the unknown for all educators, so you can break down the layers of what you didn't know and what you didn't know how to do. That was really the yucky part of managing most of this pandemic.
I mean, I'll do some of the yuck too. I mean, I think going back to the day that, I remember it really clearly, we had a staff meeting where we talked about the schedule for next year, and then the school physician came in and said, oh, by the way, stand by, this is, as soon as we get the first case of community transmission here in Maine, be prepared to shut down for 2 weeks. Right. And then being told, like, and when we shut down, that means we're going to give you a day to get all your stuff out of the building, and that's going to be it until we can deep clean. And and I look back now at all the things we know now that we didn't know then. And I think that one of the things that I look back on was that I think I underestimated, certainly on my own part, and certainly on the part of the students I work with and the staff I work with, was just this sheer level of terror that sort of existed, and that was manifested by many, in denial. Well, I can just come back into it. It's like, no, you can't. You can't. You got to go home, and you can't. And we'll be in touch, but we can't do that. And so, I mean, that was a huge, for those of us who work with young folks and colleagues, and make it our life's mission to say yes and find a way to help people do what they want to do, to be in the position of saying, no, you can't, don't come into the building, I don't want to see you, I can't help you, we have to hunker down, was very difficult. And that was the sleepless nights for me early on in this whole process. That's what, those are the things that sort of, even now when I revisit, are the hard parts.
For myself, being someone who is involved in juvenile justice and school law and has 2 high needs kids myself, I think people don't really recognize how much educators help kids and how many services that they provide beyond just, learning how to read and write. I know that when schools closed, a lot of these kids struggled to have the services that they needed to be successful and to have those mental health services. And so watching kids trying to get that, and watching educators try so hard to meet those needs in such a changing environment, and not having these kids in the classroom in person, I think that was one of the hardest things for me to see.
I can say for myself that part of the hardest things about this was trying to figure out, how do I take a performance-based curriculum as a music teacher and move that to an online environment. So that really has been a tremendous challenge. And here some schools have been able to manage that with bigger facilities and things like that. But here in our small Washington County schools, we just don't have the room. We don't have, multiple classrooms or an auditorium that we can use, in conjunction with the band room. And so to be able to figure all of that out, keep my kids involved, and not have them say, oh, we don't get to play basketball season this year, so I'm not going to be in band, so to try and figure all of that out, along with keeping my own sense of well-being in that somehow, to be able to say, okay, I need to not answer my email after 9 o'clock at night. I'm not going to answer my email when it dings at 2 a.m, kind of a thing. And to make sure that I was, like we were saying earlier, making sure that I had the opportunity to take care of myself, because if I'm not okay, then I don't have anything left to give my kids. And so I think those were the major challenges for me.
And I'll just piggyback on what everyone said. Is I think for me, that first, that night, that March 13th or whatever, was like, we'll see you in 3 weeks. And then it got continued, and it was extreme fear for me of like eyes on kids. Like, what if we don't see kids? What if we lose kids? And I found myself on Zoom 12 hours a day because kids were reaching out and, trying to like in the screen like this, like I have to like see you. And then my own 2 high school kids too, trying to navigate that, and then taking care of your staff, and just, it was all hands on deck. Our staff is very relationship based with the kids, and it was that just fear of kids, losing kids. Like, what's happening with kids? We can't go all of this time. And teaching Zoom, and then Bear and I working together, like, how do we teach counselors how to like virtually counsel? Like, there's ethics around this and things that we just hadn't come up, that we were trying to learn and educate others. Or just that fear kids had of, I can't leave my house, I can't go outside because if I breathe the air, I'm going to get sick. And I, look back to that, to where we are now. And also reminding staff and adults, I think the biggest thing, and I've said this all along, that kids are also really resilient, and we put a lot of our anxiety and worry on kids. And so we're building that up, where kids are a lot more resilient, a lot of them, than sometimes we give them credit to, and that kind of reminder as well. So hard to believe it's been a year.
If I could go back to something that Amber said, I think one of the real insights, and in hindsight, I feel foolish for having missed it, is, when we went out, right, there were, I knew some kids were going to be just fine because they're the hyperachievers, and I knew there were some that were going to disappear. I mean, because they had already disappeared when we were in here. But the number that really just shocked me, and it was a little terrifying, really, is the number of kids who, when they're here, are really pretty high achieving, but only because there's the structure. And that when that structure went away, they just collapsed. I mean, they just disappeared. And how, I mean, we to the point of, multiple phone calls home, knocking on doors, making sure kids were okay. I was, that was, now admittedly, the world was in crisis, so that amped things up a little bit, but just, it was a real eye opener for me to how many kids just need the structure to be successful. And they can really soar when they have that structure. But, I had, I would say fully 60 to 70% of our kids really struggled. And I was, and that larger percentage was a bit of a surprise to me. In hindsight, I should have been, but it really was something to keep in mind going forward as we come out of this, to remind ourselves.
And I think that's one of the interesting pieces, is that it's something all of you have sort of touched on a little bit, is that, a lot of fear, I mean, terror even, and that idea of the unknown. It's one thing, working with teachers, but educators in general, like, we like to plan. We like to know what's next. It's one of the ways, and it's sort of one of those, no battle was ever won according to plan, but, but basically, without a plan, nothing can be done. So how do we, if we're planners and we want to prepare and the unknown is all we had, what was that like, I think, for all of you, for your peers? And, we go back to kids and not knowing where kids are. And I think it's a unique thing that educators have as professionals that other professionals don't, where, in this crisis, we were aware of what was going on for all of our families. But educators are uniquely aware of kids that they care about and those kids' families. And it's that extra piece of mental load. And within that unknown, and as Jonathan's saying, the unexpected, what was that like in sort of the spring for you? And what were ways that sort of hooked?
I struggled. I'm not going to lie. It was tough for me. I mean, my wife can attest to it. I consider myself pretty laid back, easygoing, go with the flow type of guy, but there were dark times for me. And I think, it had, in a way, having the job and having other people look to me to provide direction was the only reason to get out of bed some days. So that said, it's big struggle. And I think, I noticed a lot of my colleagues, similarly struggled. They would, and part of it was, you had to tell them to let go, because some of the anxiety got ramped up, and it's like, well, they come up with these just massive amounts of work for the kids to do, and it's like, they're not going to do it. We can't find them. I know, don't take your anxiety out on the students, and we just all have to sort of. And they'd say, well, when are we going to do exams? I'm like, I can't tell you. Nobody knows. But also being open to that, just like, hey, and it's okay. It's okay not to know. And just, there was a lot of those conversations of, I'm sorry, parabolas aren't going to happen this year, but you know what? They're not going to happen for every high school kid in the country. So it's okay. Let's think about the fall when maybe we can do that. Or, my own daughter was a senior last spring, and that was awful for her, because all of the things, all of the rites of passage didn't happen, so we figured out other things to do, but it's like, when you're 50, you'll be telling your grandkids, your kids, about life back in 2020 and when you graduated, but it sucks now, and so anyways, I mean, I'll yield the floor.
I'll pick it up and say that the difficult part for our educators in this, I just want to say I had something called a WTF book. So it was a book that when I didn't have the answer, or then I just had, and we can't do the Zoom face, I give a lot of face in Zoom, I would write those things down. And one of the things that was consistent, because I'm a school psychologist by trade also. And so I'm coming into this new system, this new way of doing things. And so I'm a little green. So I have a really objective eye. And one thing I realized is that educators are not comfortable with being uncomfortable. And so I wasn't comfortable being, I don't like not having the answer. I do not like not knowing. However, I had a unique space in that I was coming in new. So I just knew I wasn't going to know stuff. And then we had all that other stuff happen. But I think the key for us too is giving ourselves space to be uncomfortable. And so that's why I said I had to get those Big 7 support groups on Fridays, because we needed a place to freak out. Like we didn't have a place to not know things. And I thought that was really important because it was important for me. And I would have outward rants, but they were very articulate because I used my mood meter and my board to say how I was feeling that day to, just prep it. But to be comfortable with discomfort was a really big challenge and a really big mountain that I feel like a lot of us are getting over, of just saying vulnerability is not it's not a swear word. And being kind to yourself is like a common cliche thing to say now. So I think just giving ourselves spaces to freak out and be uncomfortable is key.
I think to add to that too, there was so much like hurry up and do, like hurry up, we got to get the kids in class, we got to do virtual. And I was constantly talking to people like, stop, slow down, let's process, let's think. And I appreciate our district really like took their time. We took a couple weeks, what's this going to look like? But there's so many hurry up and get done and we need to move forward without all of that thought process. Just because everyone needed to, move on. And I think teachers did a really nice job reinventing school, with that unknown. And it is hard when you're used to structure and, we're busy reaching out to kids and just trying to put eyes on everyone. And to go back to your groups that you talked about, that's where Bear came to me and we started this mental health school counselor group on Wednesdays that's gone. And it's just like, that's something I think we're going to keep after when things return to, however, I'm never going to say normal, but when things return. But what a place to vent and talk and learn and grow and navigate this world together. So I think that's an important part, and that we still need to continue that in education.
I can say that that working with my students, there has been so much anxiety around what does this mean for our program. I've only been in Calais 4 years now, but we've worked really, really hard to kind of reinvent our program here and rebuild. And we were to the point where we had, community members that have lived here all their lives saying, wow, this is what we remember from 30 years ago. And that was so inspiring for us to keep going. And then COVID hit and we were like, crash and burn. So we can't play at school, we can't sing at school. And so the students have had tremendous anxiety about what does this mean? Can we do this? Can we do that? And so we've really needed to make the space within our daily classes and stuff to say, it's really okay that we don't know how to do this. And that was, as people have been saying, that was big for me, where I had to just say, you know what? I'm not really sure how we're going to manage this, but we'll figure it out as we go along. And that's just been such a huge part of this. And so, and at this point, we're lucky enough that, some of the restrictions for playing and singing have decreased a little bit. And so now we're trying to get a summer program ready to go where we can be outside most of the time and work with those requirements from the CDC and stuff. But it's been a lot. It keeps me up at night, a lot of nights. And so, how do we rebuild at this point? What can we look for as far as next year? How many kids are really going to stick with it? But my thing that always comes back is we can rebuild programs. What do you think we've been doing for the last 3 years? We've been rebuilding the program. We can rebuild the program. It will take a lot of time and a lot of effort, but your and my well-being is what's more important. And so to be able to focus from that perspective instead of, oh my gosh, how are we going to make this work?
And I appreciate you all for, like Aisha was saying, that vulnerability, sharing something, like this that is as intense. And part of the reason for having this conversation is that I've been in conversation with so many educators, friends, family members, educators I've been meeting now working for the state who are experiencing this exact thing. And when we talk about the impact, and particularly around our mental health, our culture is one that usually does things as individuals. We grieve as individuals. We process as individuals. And this is something that's been happening for all of us. And so that shared sense is such a different piece. And I promise that I won't keep us in this yuck forever. I do want to talk just a little bit about, one of the things I noticed is that, the DOE immediately shifted into addressing mental health and looking at how we're supporting kids during this and looking at the research for the impact of crisis on kids. And we had this huge movement where we were, directly trying to support school counselors and social workers and teachers and doing trainings on suicide prevention and brain and development and sort of all these different things. And what I found is that as we got further and further into this work and further into the spring, the piece that kind of kept coming up was this, something feels off. Educators saying like, something just doesn't feel right. Like I'm reaching out to these kids and I'm connecting and I'm trying to build these bridges. Something's just not quite right for me. And one of the things that really struck me was I talked to a band teacher who said, I am missing that connection that I have with kids. I don't get to see them. I don't get to have those conversations. I don't get to watch them achieve. I'm missing that. And I'm realizing I'm grieving it. And I think for me as a clinician, I was like, of course, this is a grief process. And I think when we started talking about that and really sharing that, particularly coming into the fall, like we are grieving as professionals for missing this time. We know our students are, and just like Jonathan was saying about his daughter, we know that our students were grieving all of the lost celebrations, all of the lost connections. Of course, we knew that, and yet we weren't really applying it to ourselves, that we're in this field because of our passion, because of our devotion to kids, because of those connections and relationships that we build every single year from scratch, usually, not to mention the relationship to our peers. And so I think that grief for us is something that maybe was largely missed. And just in talking about it, and I think surfacing a little bit in this group, because you all have sort of been talking about that, I just want to kind of float that out there. And if anybody feels comfortable speaking to it a little bit, before we start moving into what we've been doing and the successes that we have, I feel like that grief is an important piece to touch on.
I can speak to that really quickly, in that as a music teacher, both music and teaching have been passions for me. So, and I think most teachers feel that way. But as you were talking, Bear, it's the thing about it is that, again, from my own perspective, music is a connection between people. And so just the simple act of, being in front of my band and being able to conduct and work with them, and kind of this push and pull kind of thing that we have that we go through on a daily basis in making music together. That's an incredible connection without ever having to actually speak a word. And so to lose that opportunity to make music with my kids on that level is a huge loss. And yes, definitely, it's full of grief from that perspective of, gosh, that's heart fulfilling. That's a connection with a whole host of human beings right here with us. And that's just in its own way, just gone. So yes, thank you for bringing that up. That's a huge part of it.
I guess I could speak to the mourning the loss of what I expected things to be, and being able to connect with students, because of course I come from, yes, families. I'm connected with families. I was connected with kids day to day. That's what I did. Very intimate relationships. Again, also a counselor, mental health worker, and so those are already intimate things, and so it does feel like it's missing. I can't. One of the things, as I was listening to you all talk, the black screen, when I go to a student and I'm invited to a classroom, finally, and I'm a really energetic person, and and you can feel my energy, and I'm like, I know if they can feel my energy, they'll know who I am. They'll know that the district is fun and a happy place, and we have your best interests at heart. But there was no way to do that, I felt, and I always felt a disconnect, because you got 4 or 5 kids who are there but not there, and there were black screens, and you don't know if you can see, you don't know if you, and you get self-conscious too as a human, like, how are they seeing me? Are they okay? Do they think I'm that goofy lady? Or are they excited about as excited about me as I am about them? There was that disconnect of knowing that was normal to be vulnerable in that space, but not knowing if I'd be able to continue that connection afterward, to connect with them again and say, hey, the goofy lady is really fun. Let's continue to open ourselves up to her. And I didn't get that opportunity. And it's been like a year. It's been a year and a month. And I'm longing for it. So I don't know if it's a mourning of what I thought it would be. I'm really hopeful. Sorry, Bear. It's hard for me to stay down. I'm really hopeful for this new transition that's coming. And I know it's going to be just as difficult to do whatever it is we're about to do to get to whatever new normal there is. But I guess that remembering how it was to just be in a circle and doing restorative and talking to students right in front of me, and seeing a smile head on, and not a big J or some goofy picture. Those are cute. It shows a lot about your personality, but there's nothing like a kid's face glowing in your presence. So yeah, that's my morning.
I feel the same way. We're kind of just starting over this week. So my kids are kind of getting used to their new schedule and work with different classes. And I had the same thing the other day, all black screens, and I'm trying to be fun, tell jokes, and nobody's responding. I ask a question, nobody answers. So it's like, this is so disappointing. I wanted it to be so much fun. We're starting over, essentially, because we have some kids that are here, and even the ones that are live and in person, it's like, why are you so quiet in person? You were so lively when I talked to you over Zoom. It's like everybody's just trying to get used to this new normal. And I feel like we're just changing it on them all over again. And we don't even know what's going to be happening next year. And that unknown is like really terrifying. And the anxiety from it is overwhelming.
It's amazing across the board that the kids are in school, how quiet school, like the first few weeks when we came back, we're like, you can talk in the hallway. It's middle school. Like we've never had to say that, but just in everyone I talk to, it's just, we're in cohorts and we're half, and it's just quiet, and we're having life come back. We try to have fun with them, but it's interesting how that has been across the board, that piece of it. And behaviors way down, way down, at least here.
dare I say, with the behaviors is that they're behaviors we're not used to seeing and not used to identifying that, hey, you need this type of help, or you need that type of help, or you need for me to let you keep your hood on, or you need for me to say, hey, I see you. So when I've been hearing that a lot too, of folks not knowing how to identify, that's why I love the last bit, folks not knowing how to identify what kind of help is good help in this moment, and not having, and for us, we're hybrid. So I know for our teachers, you only have 2 days in person with them. And so you're trying to cram everything in, and you're making sure that you're using your mood meter to say how you're feeling, but there's still that disconnect because you don't know what kind of help is good help right now. I'm more on that too. As a therapist, you don't know what kind of help is good help all the time. And that's very, very exhausting.
And with the grief, I definitely feel like I've been sort of grieving my job. Like I just miss being the art teacher. I miss them in my classroom. I just miss it because right now I'm going to their classroom, and it's just like a different atmosphere. And I don't know, I just really I just miss the noise, the noise of having them here with me and just being happy and creating things together. But I would definitely feel that I have been sort of like grieving what art used to be. I used to have 40-minute class periods twice a week with each class, and now I'm down to 20 minutes once a week.
All right, well, thank you all for sitting in the yuck with me and with everybody watching. And already, and I know I can't keep Aisha down. She's going to start talking about it anyway. I knew that was happening. I should have given her $5 to help me change the topic. What are the pieces that we're sort of digging out on? And I know Jonathan was doing a great job of like that 2020 view of like, man, like what we know now compared to what we know then, the ways that we're able to connect to kids, the way that we're able to connect to each other, the way that we're able to plan when there is nothing that we can plan for, you know, or how many schools came out with 3 separate plans to return in the fall. And that's acknowledging that Maine is unique in the United States in the way that we came back to school, and that we've been following CDC guidelines in our schools in some of the most creative ways possible, and having kids have in-school learning when a lot of other states weren't able to do that. Or didn't approach it in the same way. Schools now across the United States are coming back, quote unquote, when we've been doing that same thing since September. And I think that's a really important thing to acknowledge. And the impact of that's been on educators for leadership and planning, for people in direct service, to how we're serving kids lunch and how we are, transporting students to school. All of those systems have been in place since September and are constantly on the move. What are some of the things that you all have taken out of that experience? What are the pieces that you feel moved forward during the year? Let's not talk about now yet. We'll end on that, what's next. But what was it during the year? What were the things that shifted? What were the surprise changes? What were the positive things that you sort of unearthed as you were going through this year?
But since you called me out, I'll say what has been building up, because it started out as a little seed, and now I feel really, really hopeful. In that students are now having to figure out why they're doing what they're doing. We did a panorama survey for our students for their social emotional learning and their competency and their well-being. And one thing that stood out for me was self-efficacy was low. They don't believe in themselves. That's what kept coming out. They don't believe that they can do it. They don't believe they can make it through this. They don't believe that this is their responsibility to, like, if there's no structure for your education, you got to figure that thing out. That stuck with me. And as we've been transitioning and finding all of these quirks and all of these ways that the school system does not work, and we keep putting things back in and having to break it down or build it back up again, it shows us that this thing is not working, and that our students need to be empowered to be the hope that we need. And so as they see us break down and not have all the answers and we don't have it all together. And it's okay that we don't have it all together. It kind of infuses our students to say, and as I always say, I'm like, y'all are gonna save us. When we're old and decrepit and we can't think for ourselves, you're gonna be the new system. And so that to me gives me hope, because I've had an opportunity to see not only how vulnerable our most vulnerable students have so much to give, and that that their creativity and their differences, and it's not a problem to be solved. It's something to celebrate. It's something to have hope in. And so every time they're knocked down, or we find something uncool about our system, or we figure out some new thing about social distancing and how randomly arbitrary it could or couldn't be, the students are seeing us struggle and flounder. And I hope, and I'm hoping what we're doing as educators is giving them those tools to kind of help us in this effort to build this world for them. And so that's been built. Like I said, it's a seed. I feel a lot better this year, because now I'm like, all right, let's change some things. And there are still problems, but it gives me hope to know that finally we're breaking this thing down, because you can't hide it anymore. The school system sucks. So there you go.
To piggyback a little bit off of that, like I agree with, we've learned, we're all in this together with the kids. We're right here, and I think, we're so transparent with kids that it's new to us and we're learning together, and it's not an us, them, it's as we navigate. And I think it's been great for the kids to see us be vulnerable and us be transparent and us navigate it. And I think, it's nice to say school isn't just traditional school. You don't just have to sit in a class. Like, we have been so outside the box with thinking and how to access kids. And some kids have done really, really well at home virtually. And some kids who, struggled in school are doing really, really well in small cohort groups. And there's been more time. So I just think we've learned a lot, and we can be creative with school moving forward. And I won't talk about next year yet, and because you're getting there, Barrett, but I keep saying, like, we don't have to do school the way we know school. We can be creative as we move forward. And technology has grown, and the kids have taught me a ton. So they feel like they're educating us and they're moving forward. And now I can do all these like mustaches and silly things, and they get into that. But just the technology in general, we've just learned a lot. And I think the kids have learned many of the kids have learned how to be a little more independent with their work. Like, I'm in middle school, and usually everything that I deal with, 90% of my day is drama. Like, right, that's middle school. And this year, it's been this much drama, and it's been, how do I do school? Set me up a schedule at home. I need grades. I'm like, I've never had the academic piece been forefront, and I think that's there right now. And then, of course, you have you're just constantly the relationship building, the reaching out, the constant connections with staff, going to houses and all of that. So we've tried really hard to keep that relationship piece. So as hard as there's been those bright lights as well. And to go off what you said, school doesn't have to be a certain way. Like, we can be creative with that and do what's best for kids.
I mean, to build off of that a little bit, when we talk about, relationships and reaching out to kids, one thing I've seen specifically with the court-involved youth that I work with is that, they've realized that their safe space is school. Maybe their person is at school, that one person that they go to, that they trust, that they depend on. And I think that educators have really established a lot of trust with those kids, not only with showing some emotional vulnerability, but also to those teachers who have gone above and beyond, those who are reaching out and showing up at houses. I mean, that really establishes a lot of trust with some more vulnerable and at-risk kids. And I think that those kids will take that with them.
All right, so it was difficult to talk about what happened before. It's not easy to talk about what happens next, right? And we don't need any, we don't have to put ourselves at risk guessing what everything's going to look like. But what are the pieces that we're taking, the learning experiences? I'm not going to say silver linings, because I'm so tired of hearing that, that metaphor. But like, what are the things that we've learned, and what are we looking forward to for the rest of the spring? I know, celebrations is something that and hearing Jonathan talk about it earlier, and I know, you know, so many of you are educating right now, and so I appreciate, you know, Jonathan had to go to a meeting, and like Ellen, I know you're in the middle of your teaching day, and I know for all of you watching, I appreciate you taking this live time out of your day. But how are we? What do those celebrations look like? What are the things we're looking forward to? What do we have coming up? What are you all starting to get excited about again? And it's interesting that talking and getting excited sometimes is as risky and vulnerable as talking about what was difficult and you know, and hard. So who wants to start with that?
I can start with that. I think one of the things that I am really looking forward to is some of the work that we've been able to do during this time to deepen the kids' really solid musicianship skills, and that it doesn't necessarily have to be about playing their instrument or singing, but that they've learned to reflect more deeply. They've learned to listen way more deeply. Their score reading has improved tremendously, which will help them with their languages and with math and everything else. And so that coming through this time, even though we have felt these tremendous losses, that we've in some ways been able to build on things that we may not have had the opportunity to do before. And so to be able to take that into hopefully being able to play and sing together as we go through this, you know, hopefully into next year, and being able to take those skills that we have been able to build and really put them into a performance position, so to speak. And I just, my goal at this point, when we started this, was okay, we can acknowledge all these losses, but we can also use this as an opportunity to become much better musicians and to understand more of the relationship within our ensembles and things like that. And so for me, I'm looking forward to moving in that direction with my students and with my own interactions with them. So.
Well, I know for our district, I'm really looking forward to continuing to increase our emotional intelligence for our adults as well as our students. Just for our community, it's been such a big deal. My goal was, or at the end of the year, or in June, one was to have a mood meter in everybody's classroom to make sure we're having those conversations about emotion vocabulary. And I think that we've done such an amazing job in introducing it, but it's been a rolling implementation in that we've got 7 or 8 programs doing it differently. And so when we're able to get on the same page, it flows so well. And so just as an SEL coordinator and an equity resource coordinator, I know you can't think about equity if you don't have your emotions in check. If you're not self-aware, and if you're not able to articulate what's happening inside of you. Like I was taking deep breaths during the time we were talking about all that grief, because I know I get all of that tension right up in there. I'm hoping and I think we're doing a great job in having those conversations happen from pre-K to high school and beyond for our adult educators. I am teaching an adult education course for Lewiston as well. And so I guess that's where my hope is. That's why I'm hoping, some folks said I should show my mood meter a little closer. Here it is. It's our Lewiston mood meter. We had a teacher wrote me and said, hey, you know, those vocabulary words are a little bit too much. So we came up with another way for our younger students to be able to talk about their feelings and emotions and start building their vocabulary so that they can move into managing their emotions more effectively. So.
I think it's really great that social emotional is now like, I don't want to use buzzword, but like it's forefront now. We've talked about this counselors, we talk about it all the time and it's sort of pushed aside. You know, academics are important, absolutely, but we can't get to that academics without having that social emotional piece. So it's not just the counselors, now the teachers are educating and we're working with the teachers on their social emotional. So taking care of everyone. I'm also looking forward of the new possibilities. Like, what is school going to look like, and how do we be creative, and how do we meet the needs of every single student? Not every student could sit in a classroom all day, and how do we get creative in that piece? And the most thing I'm looking for is hopefully having everybody under the building again and putting eyes on people. But I just think there's a lot of possibility and a lot of forward thinking and being creative in schools, and it's time that we look toward that in the future.
Any other final thoughts as we're wrapping up? I try to be mindful of the time in this world of Zoom meetings. I try to leave that extra couple of minutes before the next one for people to rehydrate and prepare. But what are some just final thoughts? Any comments? Any pieces anybody wants to add?
No, I'll emphasize just making sure that we know, as we talk about social emotional learning being the thing now, it's so exciting. I've been waiting years for it, but we have to recognize that this work is our work first. And if we're not doing the work for ourselves, if we're not doing that introspective, those exercises, and we're not taking good care of ourselves, the students aren't going to benefit the way that they should. And it's our responsibility to know that, teach what we learn. And if we're continuous educators, continuous learners, those are things that we need to be learning continually, building our emotional intelligence and making sure that we're aware of ourselves and our social selves as well. So, thank you.
I just want to thank everyone for all their hard work that you're doing in schools right now. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. Find those support networks, find those groups. Like, you're not alone. It's so much healthier for us to be talking to our colleagues and recognizing it and talking about how we feel today. Someone in the chat said, thank you for being vulnerable today. We're all vulnerable, and it's time to have those conversations. So keep working, reach out to your people, and take care of yourself, because that we are no good to anyone else if we are not taking care of our own selves.
I just wanted to say a thank you from an outsider. I know you probably don't hear that enough, and a thank you for bringing mental health to the forefront. This is going to be really valuable work and long term for our kids.
I agree. What Bonnie was just saying about reaching out, I think it's so important, and there are opportunities to do that. So please reach out, talk to people, hear what is going well with them, hear what they're struggling with, and share what you're going through. And so today's been a wonderful opportunity to learn and to share. And so just thank you so much. And thank you for everything that everybody is doing to just help.
I also wanted to thank everybody, and I will definitely be reaching out to you guys because I'm going to be trained for SEL along with all the other mentors here at Sabag Elementary. So yes, I will probably be reaching out to you guys. Thank you again.
And I just want to say thank you all so much. And yes, we've all experienced a lot this year, and there's been a lot of vulnerability to go around, but being vulnerable enough to have this level of a conversation, and I think to talk about a shared experience that educators are all really going through, and I think having that conversation out in the open a little bit to know that this isn't something we're all going through individually, but that we can reach out to each other. And so thank you all for this. I really appreciate your wisdom, and I'm really excited that this is something that we'll get to share with other educators. So thank you all. We will go on a break for the next 9 minutes, and we will come back for our third and final presenter at 1 o'clock. And then that will also be followed by our third and final panel at 2 o'clock, and we will technically be wrapping up at 3. And so again, I just want to say thank you to everybody, and we will see you at 1.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Everyone, to our third and final session of the day. Thanks everyone for being here again. It's been a wonderful day and we really, really appreciate your presence. We're excited to move into our final keynote today. We've entitled this one, Stories Over Stigma, Finding the Secret Warrior Within All of Us, with our keynote, Joanne P. McCauley. Coach P is an author, a speaker, and a longtime elite level NCAA basketball coach. She received her BA from Northwestern University and an MBA from Auburn University. She's coached at Maine, Michigan State, and Duke universities. An advocate for mental health and melanoma, McCauley is a wife and mother of two. She has extensive media experience on radio shows and podcasts and provided color commentary for 4 years in the WNBA. McCauley's recent book, Secret Warrior, A Coach and Fighter on and Off the Court, has recently been released on Kohler Books.
I was 30 years old. It was a typical night in Maine as a head coach. I was on the phone with a great recruit. I began to tell Jamie, the recruit, that the folks on the TV were talking to us, me and Jamie. And she kind of laughed and said, you know, Coach P, you know, what are you talking about? He was a very nice doctor, and he said, I think this could be bipolar disorder. It was out of the clear blue sky at one of the best times in my life. My career has been amazing.
Joanne P. McCauley's team wins again.
Head coach at the University of Maine, Michigan State, taking a program that was sort of mid-Big Ten and playing for the national championship in 5 years, and Duke, and have the Elite Eight experiences and the championships and the 2 gold medals with an amazing group of women for USA basketball. Coaching 28 years since I was 26 years old has been absolutely amazing, but I also felt it was my time to write a book that I'd always want to write. The title is Secret Warrior. I've been told not to do this. You're going to be Coach P, the bipolar coach. It's really a story about loyalty. Those teams at Maine that did not quit on me. There were some people that wanted me fired back at the University of Maine, and I never ever would have gotten to Michigan State and to Duke. John has been incredible, and he is all over the book. He's had to sacrifice an enormous amount for me. I struggled early with all the mental assessments and the constant feelings of anxiety and inadequacy. Would I ever be me again? Take it from a coach who was able to go all the way to a national championship and compete at the highest elite level. You will not only be you, but you will be the best you have ever been.
Are we good? Thank you so much, Rich, for that beautiful introduction. I appreciate it. But obviously, we're not here today to necessarily sell books, but we're here, I think, to talk about stories and how we get past stigmas, especially in this day and age when you all are going through so much. I enjoyed very much listening to the panel that Bear was leading relative to all the grieving, the loss, the sense of loss, not only for the student athletes or students, I should say, but for all of you as mentors and teachers. And this is an incredible journey that we're on. It's a continuum, just like mental health is a continuum. I don't want to say that my story is incredibly significant and it's a standalone kind of story. I think on mental health, we have a continuum of work to do. Bipolar has some interesting nuances relative to diagnosing it. But right now, I think we're looking at a space and place where there are so many kids just on a spectrum of depression, obviously outside their comfort zones. And then of course, with you as teachers and mentors, you're in this incredible space of trying to make all the adjustments. And obviously you can't do it alone. You can't make all the adjustments. And I think we're trying to find ways to getting to know students even more so. I've been very blessed to be on different Zooms and podcasts and things of that nature. One of my favorite things to do has been addressing young students. Generally, they've been student athletes on AAU teams where the coaches have reached out for support. And for me, part of me is very academic, and I would like to reach out on a broader plane than just student athletes, but students across the board, and what we can do to shape the direction they're moving and to obviously develop the new normal, the new life that we have, and to get some measure of benefit from what we've been through, from the adversity. There's no question adversity brings out the best in us. And again, on that panel, what I was hearing was change and trying to change and do the best that you possibly can to impact your students in a different kind of way. And it's so tough for you all. I can imagine from the coaching side, but to be the entertainer and also the teacher, and at the same sense, trying to have the kind of discipline that you need to have in a classroom. Balancing all of that because of the uncertainty. And I think the uncertainty puts us in a position to lose our bearings, sometimes lose our standards, and also in that uncertainty, be afraid of the accountability aspect in terms of how much accountability we can have. So for my story, getting back to timing and everything, I felt it was really important as I concluded my coaching career to write about what had happened to me 25 years ago. I was 30 years old, and I had a very difficult situation. I was diagnosed with bipolar 1 and 2, and have enjoyed trying to study mental health, brain health ever since then, but also keeping my story separate and keeping my story tucked away, knowing someday I would write about it, but also knowing that at age 39, when we went to that Final Four at Michigan State, I had a stage. I thought, well, maybe it's time, to tell this story. But the reality was I didn't feel safe. We talk about safe places and safe spaces. And I didn't feel safe at all about sharing it because of what could happen to me. And I had people tell me as well, probably not a good idea right now if you want to continue coaching, because people may discriminate against you and not give you opportunity if you want future opportunity after Michigan State. So anyway, long story short, I was recruited to Duke. I was admitted to Duke, and Duke was the first school to recruit me when I was a freshman, even at Brunswick High School. So there was a history there. And so as we've kind of evolved with Secret Warrior, what I want to make clear is my family and I are trying to develop a foundation. And this foundation needs to be special and long-term, and to generate private funds to go towards all sorts of projects that can be helpful with mental health at any capacity. I must remind you that books don't, make lots of dollars unless you're Stephen King, of course, one of our probably most famous Mainers. But it does provide you an opportunity to speak, to reach out, and again, hopefully develop, some funding, and in the long term, be able to be a mental health advocate and keep a broad spectrum of mental health. The suicides have bothered me tremendously. Bothered isn't even the right word. It's stunning to think of a young person taking their life. Recently in Brunswick and other, towns and cities across the state of Maine, it's an extraordinary thought that people can get to that space and place. And I don't know how much we can do to actually stop if people make that decision, but I do know that we can share stories. I do know and want young people to know that even a person on a public stage, a very public stage like me, was able to do and have success in wonderful ways and have experiences where my life continued almost in a better way once I was self-examining, going to therapy, taking my medication, and doing the things that I needed to do to keep great brain health. So stories over stigmas, that was the first thing that came to mind relative to writing our stories, telling our stories, and encouraging those that are comfortable to tell their story. I think there's a freedom, a true liberation that occurs in telling a story. The second thought I have that we're moving towards is the piece of mentorship matters. And that's, of course, where I feel you all are really working hard to see where you can be that mentor and how you can mentor under the current situations that we're all kind of experiencing, and you more so as direct educators, of course. So the mentorship piece is really key. It's something I'm working on. I've had people call me directly. I've been given advice to people. I'm not a psychiatrist, sociologist, therapist. I'm none of those things. I'm a basketball coach, but now more Coach P for life, and trying to expand upon how I can use my own experiences, 25 years of bipolar and 28 years as a head coach, to motivate people and to help them transition if there's any kind of depression, mental health diagnosis of any sort. And I've had calls, and the calls have been interesting. One in particular, a person who's a professional graduate of college called me and said, it's my 1-year anniversary. And I said, for what? And his point was for my diagnosis, what's happened to me as a bipolar person. And obviously I encouraged him to, accept that reality and enjoy building on that. But me talking to him as a coach was very different than him talking to his own psychiatrist or therapist. And the other piece is just all of healthcare relative to what's available and how we can help people. And that's a whole nother story. I do strongly believe if that mental health and the medicine is sort of the umbrella over all medicines. And I'm not sure our country has been feeling that way about mental health. The umbrella seems to be tipped upside down, meaning mental health falls at the bottom. Psychiatrists, therapists are not always valued as much, for example, as surgeons might be. And we need to flip the umbrella and put the mental health above all medicines and recognize that medicines are incredible. But if I'm having surgery on my arm and I don't have my mental health, then how could that be beneficial to me? Brain health is an amazing thing. And through medication and study, I've tried to learn a little bit about that. So again, bipolar might be 2.8% of the population. I don't think that's significant in the sense of mental health, again, the broad spectrum that we operate on and the signs and things that we can look for in people and be there. And my next thought would be a reminder, and I heard someone say this on the panel, be good to you. You must be good to you and learn what you need to re-energize. What brings you energy? How do you get to that space of excitement where you can continue on this endurance contest? I mean, it's very much a marathon. So again, stories over stigmas. Can we tell our stories? How do we tell our stories? Mentorship matters. How do we negotiate? How do we get solutions for our students by our mentorship? Do we use music more to communicate via Zoom? Do we elicit more from the students? Do we make them public speak more in groups and try to do things collectively with their Zooms? Where is the emotional intelligence? Another word that was really critically used. And finally, after you're being good to yourself, there's sort of a trusting piece, and that's the process to peace and peace of mind. And as coaches, we always talk about the process. We very seldom talk about get this game, win this game, or win this championship. We believe in the day-to-day steps it takes to engage in the process, to commit to the process, and then to build it. And without question, I think all of us are in a process right now. It's a continuum. We've had a start, the uncertainty of that has carried through. And then of course, we do not know the finish, but we know what it's like on the journey and what this journey has meant to all of you, to your students, and to anybody who can mentor. So anyway, in social media with the book, I'm Coach P for life now. And yes, very active on Twitter and LinkedIn and all of that. And I think that's important to reaching out and getting the message across. With Secret Warrior, again, the title is singular. It's about, obviously warrior. Warrior is a fighter. Warrior is also someone who can seek balance. So it's a very singular title, but it's very plural in the book, especially relative to the Maine women who I coached at the University of Maine years ago, and how they managed and coped with something happened to their coach, where I had both a manic episode and then a depressive episode, and how I made choices that were very directly affected my life and certainly others. And I did write a book, Choice Not Chance. And one of my former players, Amy Vachon, who is doing incredible work as the head coach now at the University of Maine, she said when she read Choice Not Chance, she felt that she was missing part of the story. And she was right. And she was often right as a point guard. And Secret Warrior is sort of the answer to the questions that those players might have had during that time. And, you can't go it alone. Nobody is out there alone, even with those desperate thoughts and how it feels relative to not getting the human connection that we need. But part of the future to me is the reach out and people like me that can have a history, a public history as a public figure, and be able to come out and motivate and talk about my experiences and allow people to be vulnerable, more comfortable, and see if there's anything I can do to sort of ease the burdens. Again, I've been comfortable talking to a variety of different people, and some of which have said, maybe I'm better off, if I'm not here. And I've had to address some of those just by getting into conversations by sort of accident as a head coach, not to mention seeing anxiety, depression, bulimia, bipolar, all of this that perhaps I wasn't prepared for, but then sort of became prepared for when I went through my journey at 30 years old and what occurred back up there in the Orono, Bangor, Maine area. So with that said, I don't want to talk and talk here. I was just really impressed by, the panel and the discussion and the openness. And I think questions and examination of things is very, very critical. In sports, I will tell you, there's a lot of things that you have to hold on to philosophically, and you have to keep them close to your chest and remember them. And for me, some of what I've learned directly in coaching also applies to all of what's being talked about today. And that's a sort of the eye test, I call it. We talk about the eye test and being able to examine people in their eyes, the old story that eyes don't lie. But there's another eye test, which talks about intelligence and how we become more intelligent, sometimes as a team, as mentors, as students. Immediacy, how immediate we need to be to students and what's happening, immediacy to our work, immediacy into our demands of accountability of what we ask of our students again, and the intensity factor. How intense can we be? How much can these kids take being knocked off their normal path of routine? And so the eye test, with all three of those, intelligence, intensity, and immediacy, that was often the way we would look at a game and evaluate how well we did. Win or lose, we could challenge ourselves with the eye test. And I think some of that does pertain and maybe can generate some new energy as we think about that eye test and we apply it to education and we apply it to some of the things going on at this time. So I can't tell you what a pleasure it's been to be talking and have conversation with so many different people across the world. I even had the wonderful experience of being on a podcast in Germany. And again, everything is interesting because the human condition is what we've gotten to. And there's some parts of that that are incredible, you know, as we see humans across the world and so much commonality relative to what the challenges are. And so the dialogue, the way that we can be better, I think it's there in terms of how we can grow, how we can be better, and also how we can treat each other and understand what's important in life, given all the challenges we've been through. So again, no one likes uncertainty in any part of their life, personal or professional. And somehow getting comfortable with the process, that wonderful process of how I can move through this uncertainty is really, I think, one of the keys. So again, I don't want to, you know, and with the book, I mean, yes, the way I will tell you, I do dream about the book relative to what it can teach. We've all had psychology courses in high school and college, and I would like students to have a real life experience to read about. And I'd like them to be able to see the struggle, the darkness that I went through with my family and others, and how it came to a space of success and understanding. And so Secret Warrior, to me, when you say, well, what are you trying to do with this book? I'm trying to get it into every psychology class in every high school, college, and maybe even first year residence relative to psychiatry, because I think beyond the book study, beyond what we're learning in the classroom, I think kids are going to really need to grasp at stories, all sorts of stories where people are rising to the occasion through difficulty. With that said, I know I think we have a moderator. I want to open it up for questions and see what your thoughts are and encourage that, because I think that maybe in some way I could say something that is a little bit different and that could bring some thought to this extraordinary time that we're in.
Thanks, Coach. My name is Bear Shea, and I'm the mental health and school counseling specialist for the DOE. And yeah, I would be happy to. So if people would like to add some specific questions into the chat, but I think also, would you mind talking just a little bit more specifically about what that transition was for you when you first started getting that feedback that something was different, that something felt off for you?
Yeah, Bear, thank you for that. You know, you're in denial, which I think that most people are. In my manic episode, I had gone on for a week without sleep. You know, we talk about sleep hygiene, we talk about sleep for our students. And I had come to the conclusion that perhaps I didn't need much sleep. I was just one of those people suddenly. It was a year after I gave birth to my daughter. There was some suggestion, obviously, that I was into overload relative to public speaking, coaching, being a wife and a mom, and a new mom at that, which brings quite a bit of anxiety. So for me, I went into this state of it only being recognized by my husband and some very close friends. And they knew something wasn't right. They knew that the cadence of my voice was different. I was irritable. And I was definitely seeing things in a kind of just an incredible way, you know, looking for, well, just talking about all sorts of dreams and notions that, to be honest with you, came true later in my life. But at the moment, I was reaching for the stars. And John actually says in the book, as we take a walk across campus, boy, you really seemed, you know, so full of yourself and dreams. And he began to understand that slightly delusional. And then, of course, that experience with the recruit, Jamie Cassidy, when I say that I think the TV is talking to me and you, you know, right away, I mean, John had to take the telephone and grab it and tell Jamie that Coach P was having a moment. And then I had to go through the whole process. And I know that many of you have not had time or have not read Secret Warrior, but it goes into a whole place of denial by me and having to be institutionalized against my will, and a fight to get out, and then a fight to hold on to my normalcy, whichever I define that, And as a person, many of us do not want medication in our bodies. And we think very clearly, if that has to be the case, then I really can't be me. And if I can't be me, then boy, I don't know, what do I want to be? And that brings in all sorts of unhealthy questions. And so I had to go through the process of being diagnosed, of being in a mental health facility, of fighting my way out, of fighting my first doctor, and then of course getting medication, feeling better, and then deciding I would go off my medication and not tell anyone because I know that they would not support that. And the first episode didn't, how do I say, it cost me 2 weeks away from the team and it cost me some other things, but it didn't directly impact. The second episode impacted my life forever, and also for the young women that I coached. And so that's kind of, just a little bit of the story. And the women in the story, Cindy Blodgett, Amy Vachon, Jamie Cassidy, and the other women mentors for me are quite significant. And my life has changed forever. And I do want to say, when you have to self-analyze, and I wish everybody had a therapist, Bear. I think, gosh, if everybody had a therapist, because I love my therapist. And if you can self-analyze in that way, you do reach balance because you have to fight for it. You have to fight for it. And once you get it and feel it, then you don't want to release it. And you're more inclined to take your medicine and to listen. So Bear, I appreciate the work that you do. It's the real stuff. I mean, it's difficult, but I also appreciate that question about my journey. And somewhere along the way, my journey's got to help somebody.
Well, and I'm seeing a lot of comments about people who've read your book and, who have had their own experiences either with bipolar or with other mental illness. And then it helps. And I think one of the things we've talked about this, in the whole point of these talks is to build that awareness and understanding. And I'm thinking, I would imagine that the stigma side of things, particularly initially when you were starting to struggle with this, was probably a really heavy piece. And even that idea from people who knew it was going on to not talk about it. And even now, like you said in that intro, like being known as the coach who had bipolar, like there's a risk in that. And what was it like what was it like in those initial times when you really started thinking about what if people find out about this, and sort of your reflection on that stigma?
Oh gosh, I've lived in fear a long time. You internalize it and you compartmentalize. One of the things that helped me was I'm a coach, and coaches compartmentalize pretty well. I also had teams take me through, just think about that day where you're not feeling so great and you get to go in the classroom, and then everybody, that energy from the students. And I know so many people are missing that. That energy is two-way street in terms of how it supports your ability to be effective. So by being in coaching, by having a routine, but also by hiding that stigma and really just putting it away. People have asked me, well, did you think about it? The answer is not really. Did you take your meds? Yep, in morning and night. And that's where you kind of left it. And I knew, I was so fearful that I wouldn't pick up my medication, which is really funny because my name was on the medication, but I made my husband go through the drive-through and pick up my meds for a very, very long time. And there's this wonderful story about the person who, the pharmacist, when we're leaving Michigan, writes a note, Coach P, thank you so much for all that you've done. And I'm just going, of course, Joanne, people do know, and there is speculation. But once you confirm it, and I was told this, that I am now Coach P, former coach, Duke, Michigan State, and Maine, but I am the bipolar coach. And many coaches would never come out, never, because it would mean perhaps, losing their job. And then of course your mannerisms are, everyone sort of can self-evaluate you, and mistake some excitement. Oh, maybe that person is, cycling in a different kind of way. And then of course, everyone's an expert, right? Everyone thinks they know, and they really don't know. And so the stigma has stayed with me. I do feel an enormous freedom and an enormous energy to be able to speak and raise money for this foundation. And I'm pretty amazed by what's come back at me relative to the opportunity to help people. It's really been overwhelming to see that we can talk about this more and ease the burden. And so many people, Bear, have come up to me in an extraordinary amount, randomly walking, in the neighborhood, on the golf course, and said, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" And I said, "Yeah." And then just, "My son's bipolar. Thank you for what you've done." And some have asked me to talk to their sons or daughters. Obviously, I have to manage that with a demand on my time. And I also don't want to step out of my lane. Bear, I don't do what you do, right? I do what I do. But Bear, one thing I can do is be a bridge. When you've had a struggle and a young person doesn't want to take their meds, and then they talk to a coach who also didn't want to take their meds, then suddenly I can become a bridge, and I can help psychiatry and social work and all of that as kind of augmented a little bit.
I think one of the really interesting pieces about your story, and I think it speaks to our first presenter, Judge Broderick, his son was a really high functioning person who was really successful. He, got through college and his master's degree and had this job, but struggled with mental health, his whole life. I wonder for you, for someone who has this level of intensity, this level of success, and this, sort of an otherworldly energy, that where you're on the court and you're pushing and mentoring and doing all of these things for your team. What was the point for you where it became about mental health and not just about who you were? And that idea of like, I am this person, but then part of this person is I'm not. What was that? Because obviously it wasn't other people were noticing it necessarily, but when did you notice it for that at that first time?
Well, I at no point when I was sort of locked in that hospital and woke up the next sort of 8 hours, whatever hours later, I still felt I was in a movie. I felt it was not the surreal experience and nature of it was incredible. And I have to say, even through my meeting with my doctor and medicine, and I was a skeptic. I was just such a skeptic. And only when I went off my meds and hit a depressive episode and saw how different that was, you can almost fake yourself through mania if you're kind of careful with it. And of course, if you could recognize it. But with depression, one morning I couldn't read the paper. My mind couldn't focus. I had to give a talk that actually I had to be interviewed on TV on that day. And I remember how slowly I tried to approach that as I represented the University of Maine and knew that I could barely function that morning. And when that occurred and I could see the broad continuum of what, and I don't like manic depressive, a lot of these titles, or labels, but when I saw the spectrum from going from mania to a depressive episode, then I was like, Joanne, and I also lost a child. Things happened that were severe and traumatic. And then I had a trauma from, in fact, the being in the institution. This was 25 years ago. Lots of things are handled differently now. And so then I had to get sort of trauma based on my trauma. And I think that, when I was growing up, I was really focused. I went to bed early. I kind of always did the right thing. And somewhere in there, I had to know that sleep was critical, because I did get a lot of good sleep and focus on my task at hand. And so some of the high performers, you got to watch out for. You got to talk to them. Those high, and I had many mentors that did help me through my high school and get me to college. But people say, well, did you have any thoughts prior to being 30? And the answer is no. No, it hits you like, like someone hit the back of your head, suddenly comes up behind you. And it's a real, you feel violated in a variety of ways. And so again, I wish everybody could have a therapist. I wish everybody could have that person to talk to, because you've got to get outside your family, and these families struggle because they want to know why. Then there's the blame game, and Bear, I know you see this, the blame game, and where did it come from? And is this genetic? And how does this person have this? And what did I do to cause this? You know, the parent at complete fault. Of course, they're not at fault many, many times. And the independent person, my doctors, two incredible doctors for long periods of time, and therapy, they just provide that peace that families cannot provide. They just can't do it. And there's a heaviness that families need to let go of, which is extraordinarily challenging.
And I think it really speaks to our culture in Maine too, where we really like, we're on the ground, we're going to keep going, we're going to keep moving forward. We persevere, we can be snowed out for 3 weeks and we just keep on trucking. And I think when I talk with teachers, and particularly during the pandemic, the ability that they had to pivot so quickly in the spring and then suffer through a summer where they didn't know what was going to happen, and where school leadership had to come up with a dozen different plans, not knowing what was going to happen. And it's almost like we have this ability as Mainers to normalize and yep, we're just gonna, this is what it is, and keep going. And I think, how do we take that space of this is something that's impacting us, this is a weight that we're carrying, like you're talking about, that sort of moment of realizing this is a bigger thing. This is something that yes, it's happening to me. It's not who I am. And I think for educators, that's a piece that I've heard a lot of, oh yeah, that's right. Something is happening to me in this moment. And that all of this stress and trauma that we may be experiencing from this, the grief, the weight of it. What was it like for you reaching out? And you talked about support systems that you might have had early on, but once you were in a place of okay, I need something more, what were those things? You mentioned medication, you've mentioned some really great supports, but what were some of the other things that you kind of brought in place for yourself to take care of yourself?
Yeah, getting back to trauma, using the word trauma, and trauma is adversity. Trauma is something that we're supposed to accept and feel and let in and rise above. And trauma, especially with Mainers, tough Mainers, is something to run from. You hear people, I didn't have any trauma, and then you're talking to someone, they're describing something, and you're like, oh, that does sound like a difficult time. So trauma is a tough word, and it's got a negative connotation. And I want to tell people out there that I had major trauma. And with that came strength. And because through therapy, you let it in. You cry the tears. You recognize that this is part of life, as hard as it is. And so I think we have to, there's something with words, and recognition, because we have been traumatized by this whole situation, no matter what angle you come from. And so we've got to let it in and let us fight it back, fight back as much as possible and seek balance. And I think what you're asking me is, well, what else do you do to seek balance? And I would encourage everybody to do something they've never done before, or something they used to do that they've never done before. Okay, so what can we do? We can exercise, we can eat right, we can read books about heroes and heroines. We can escape through books and movies. We can stay away from depressive things, violence, those movies that just scare you to no end and sort of take away your positive energy. Exercise is very important to me. Lifting weights, playing tennis, taking walks. You can always be outside. Sometimes I just picture, when it gets warm, I know it's not that warm up there today, but when it gets warm, everybody outside, taking hikes and doing things like that perhaps, classes never could do before. Swimming, I say swimming because I used to swim 25 years ago, used to swim laps and do all that. And I've actually gotten back to that as I've turned 55. But we can't move forward past trauma without really challenging ourselves to do different things. So I don't know what your different thing is, but whatever it is, you've got to break. We talk about routines, and we've got to have those. I mean, I've been talking to kids about making their beds. I mean, we've been talking about basic routines and how it affects their day. But beyond that, then you have to break routines, and you have to break them and sort of, recommit to a variety of things that can pull us through this time. So I think that's what you're asking. And me time, not having 20 talks in a week, one of the things that about not coaching right now, I mean, I don't know if I'll ever coach again, but is picking my own schedule. So I know, and believe me, I'm fortunate, because some people out there going, well, wait a minute, I can't pick my own schedule, but working to that point where I can be at my best and not compromise. So I hope all the educators, all the teachers sleep. I hope everyone's getting sleep. And please don't say, well, I only need 2 hours and I'm fine. All that means is you're a survivor. And at some point, you're not going to feel very good.
I love that point. It's something I bring up a lot, and educators particularly, they're sort of like the obnoxiously obvious ways that we should be taking care of ourselves that we all know, and that we would tell our students over and over again, like sleep, good food, like activity, it's obnoxiously obvious. We all know it. And how many of us are actually doing it? And talking about self-care, and that self-care needs to be in response to what's going on for us. And so the self-care we were doing before the pandemic should look really different than the self-care that we're doing now, in the intentional way we need to be kind to ourselves.
Yes, and I think that nobody valued it as much. I mean, it's just like, we could get away with it. Oh, I never exercised before. Well, maybe that was great for you then, but now try getting away with it. You've got to get outside. I mean, I know it might be -20 in Maine. Put your hat on. You've got to walk. You've got to get fresh air. The value of music. There was a wonderful music teacher that was talking about, how in music, of course, there are no words. Well, I mean, to me, that's got to be a huge part of teaching in Zoom. Starting your Zoom with music, bringing it in, trying to, do anything you can to get these folks, these young people, to realize that we're going to open up the doors. And music has been extremely powerful to me. And I don't know if others, if that's been important or not, but between reading and music and trying to open myself up, we've also talked about the fact that we're not going backwards. I mean, when things open up and everyone's healthy, so to speak, does that mean I'm stopping exercise? Does that mean I'm going to stop those walks? Does that mean I'm going to stop getting a dog? I mean, you see all the dogs, right? How many dogs have been, purchased, picked up? I mean, we've got a rescue dog, but it's incredible what they offer. And so we're learning more about that. Therapy, animal therapy, it's real. Maybe there's a few more dogs around as we're trying to teach. There's no limits to where this can go. And even some of the stay-at-home stuff, not always being present, but using the Zooms. Of course, nobody's going to want to ever Zoom again, but using them in some kind of positive way.
Thanks so much for that. It's so true. And I think maybe just one final thought before we take a little break before the panel. Stigma is a big piece, and that awareness of how it affects us. And I think particularly in a sort of a big societal culture, when we are putting so much out there, when we're sharing things in social media and we're getting pretty instantaneous feedback on things. What was it like sort of navigating that balance between who you are as a professional and who you are personally, and when it felt comfortable for you to have those two things blend a little bit more in the public eye?
I think it really became comfortable for me when I, engaged and continued with our team to be successful. My second part of my career at Maine was glorious. I mean, the things that we did together. And I was realizing, and this is, some people, I've talked to people with mental illness and impairment, and this isn't always the case. But for me, I dedicated myself to my treatment, and I did become better. I became a better communicator. I became more intuitive. I became more in touch with each individual student athlete, and we rocked it out. I mean, championships, sold out Alphon, beat Stanford. And so as I was towards my last 4 years at Maine, I was reaching that space where that it was all me. Like I was beginning to get proud inside, you know, not going to share it, but proud on the inside. And then when I went to Michigan State, my psychiatrist stayed in Bangor, Maine. I had this, you know, long distance relationship, and I didn't even have a therapist in Michigan. So my confidence went sky high with my ability to handle. And then the symbolic nature of sport and the metaphor of playing for a national title. It's interesting in the book that after the national championship game is when I come out with it to a colleague. And of course, the 4 words that he expresses back to me, you know, it's not your fault. I would want everyone to know that those words have to come sooner. I waited a long time to hear somebody tell me it was not my fault. And not only not my fault what happened in the institution, but not my fault in the loss of a child, not my fault based on what I was going through. And I was absolutely stunned when I heard those words.
That sort of that balancing of, you know, your personal experience and how you're sharing that and how you're part of that larger conversation now, you know, the family supports and the sort of individual supports that you've talked about. Was there anything structurally, and I know you talked about, you know, some of the supports you had, you know, professionally at the university. Were there any structural pieces that you felt were really key to supporting you, or anything that you would recommend when we think about how we're supporting mental health within a professional setting?
Gosh, that's tough, isn't it? Because how comfortable people are with their story, you know, and I think that that's one of the things I've been asking that question to people. How comfortable are you with your story? And one of my answers was really interesting. She said, well, I don't care what I am. I just want to find out what I am because I'm not right. And she ended up being diagnosed with bipolar. And there's some other people too, though, that I'm like, not everybody's bipolar. Okay, let's not get on this kick here. You know, let's just understand the continuum and the spectrum. So I think that it is hard, you know, finding your building that safe zone from the inside out allows people to come to their truth, which allows you to be more accepting of some of the things around you. Again, I kept it close to the vest. I mean, really close at Maine, and just family, a dear friend, really close at Michigan. And my players are funny. They're all like, wow, we never knew. You know, that's been a lot. I mean, now don't get me wrong. The Maine players knew something was wrong, but even the word there used was exhaustion. You know, now exhaustion was not a fabrication. I was exhausted, but there was, you know, an inability to go forward with it. And I still think that's the case. I know coaches have been out and it's back trouble, you know, but it's for 6 months, or it's, you know, people are very afraid to get to the brain side of things. And until we can get a little more comfortable, then it's going to narrow or, you know, make smaller that group that can help. And structurally, my appointments, structurally, the way that the sense of humor, and I bet, Barry, you have a pretty good one. You know, you have to self-deprecate so much. And my psychiatrist, I mean, they were so good at, you know, serious things and then kind of making me chuckle. Like, you know, it's amazing the delicate balance you have to have. And that's what I really mean when I say is in terms of dollars, salaries, support, and to mental health as a whole. Because if you don't have your brain, you don't have much.
I think that's a really good point. And that support system is so key. So just being mindful of time. And I think hopefully you get a chance to scroll through and see all the love and support that you're getting here. And I think how important it is to share this message. And I think this whole thing has been a really positive message in general, but any last thoughts you wanted to share before we move to the panel?
There's one question that popped up about me, my family, like my grandchildren. And I talk in the book, my children, you know, I have 2 children, and we've talked about it. And I don't have a worry. I guess what I'm saying is I feel that I've been put in this position, and so has my family. And through dialogue and conversation, I feel that we're very fortunate. We're educated and we're prepared. And my son, you know, I had to have a pregnancy where I in fact took lithium, and it was the only way I could have a child. And you know, this is meant kind of funny, tongue in cheek, but he's the smartest kid by far in our family. Like, we're like, wait a minute, did it do something? I mean, we try to take the positive, try to take the sense of humor. Obviously, there was enormous concern through that pregnancy relative to the heart valves and development. And I talk about that in the book. But there's a point where worry, you've got to get to a space of faith. You've got to say, wait a minute, there's just too much going on here, and I've got to embrace it. And I'm fortunate that my kids feel the same way. You know, and if they have something, they feel educated and they feel like they know what to do. Just like you know what to do if you fall down and hurt your knee, right? Go get a Band-Aid. Okay, maybe this is a lot bigger than a Band-Aid, and it is, but just there are steps you take. There are things that you do when your brain health is not right, and trusting people is a big part of it.
Thank you so much for that. And we're going to take a 10-minute break, but Coach is going to rejoin us for just sort of a deeper dive into talking about that professional versus emotional and how it relates to us as educators. So please join us back at 2 o'clock for more talk on this with our panelists. So yeah, we'll take a do some of those obnoxiously obvious things to take care of yourself. Use the restroom, get some water, get some food. You've got 8 minutes to take a cat nap. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Just making sure everybody can get connected and ready.
Like one of those groups where you're all kind of staring into each other's eyes, expecting some dynamic change.
What happens when you get 2 new social workers in a room, right, Greg? So welcome back. Welcome to our final panel of the afternoon. Really to take Coach's story and sort of dive a little bit deeper and take some of that perspective from educators, from those of us who are doing some of that community mental health work in schools, and really looking at things from that sort of, that school-based perspective. So I would just like to, so same as before, sorry, I'll introduce myself because I know we'll be doing this asynchronously as well. So my name is Bear Shea. I am the mental health and school counselor specialist at the DOE. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker, and I will go around and ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves individually. But I do want to say, if you've got any questions you'd like to ask, please feel free to drop them in the Q&A section if you'd like them specifically asked to panelists. And also feel free to use the chat section. We've left it open just as a way to kind of have a shared experience, to talk to other people that are here and share some of that wisdom. It's been a really, I think, a positive space today in the other presenters and panelists, and we'll continue there. So feel free to sort of do shared experience in there, but know that I'm not going to be looking to the chat log necessarily for questions. So let's start by just doing some introductions. Greg, would you like to start by introducing yourself?
Sure. My name's Greg Marley. I'm the clinical director and the director of suicide prevention at NAMI, Maine. And in that role, I have been working with schools and school communities, mental health care partners, healthcare partners, veterans groups, law enforcement, and any other group around the state. I'm supporting suicide prevention and supporting good mental health. Over the past year, I have probably done now almost 3 dozen kind of coping with COVID conversations, given the real challenges of slogging through this marathon. Happy to be here.
Coach Dorette, I know you've already been a speaker. Would you mind just reintroducing yourself?
Yes, I guess an author from coach turned author and coach turned mental health advocate, mother of two, and just excited to learn from you all and also commend you all for the work that you do, being on the other side of it and recognizing how good people are and in your profession.
Thank you. Kelly, would you mind introducing yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly Doyle Bailey, and I'm the Social Emotional Learning Specialist for the Maine Department of Education. I have 30 years of experience working with youth as a speech and language pathologist, and most recently as an SEL specialist and mindfulness consultant, along with being working for the DOE and being on Bear Shea's team of Climate, Culture, and Resilience. I'm also helping to push out Maine's first SEL curriculum, comprehensive curriculum for pre-K through 12th grade students, so that every child across the state of Maine will have equal access to the most foundational elements that they need so that they can grow and become really good, connected human beings. So I'm excited about that. And I'm also an author, writing children's books, supporting SEL and mindfulness. So thanks so much. Happy to be here.
And Sarah.
Good afternoon, guys. I apologize. I am in our food pantry. We're finding it a little bit tricky to find spaces in the school right now. I am Sarah Nelson, and I have been an educator for almost 30 years. Currently, I am in RSU 71, the Belfast district, and I'm in the 4th grade. Most recently, I was a social emotional learning coach in a different district in the Mid-Coast area. And I decided with the pandemic to re-enter the classroom so that I could have a very real flavor of what it was going to be like for teachers and students. I'm very interested in the social emotional element of learning that is happening in Maine right now. But I felt like it's super important to have a teaching perspective to be very real. So thank you for inviting me to join you today as I bring that perspective to us.
Thanks, Sarah. So one of the pieces I would invite, if you didn't have a chance to catch the other panels, but I really just try to treat this like a conversation in a living room. So feel free to jump in. Not everybody has to share on every single topic. Just kind of come and go as you feel moved. I would like to start. I think one of the really interesting things about Coach's story is that balance between finding sort of who we are as ourselves and then that professional role. And it's something I want to focus on a little bit in this panel, because I think for educators, it's a really interesting place. And we heard in our panel before about sort of that vulnerability that a lot of us have felt during the pandemic specifically. And I'd love for people just to talk a little bit about what that's been like for them or colleagues, and sort of having more of that awareness around mental health or around sort of stress, and what that's like for us as professionals and what we're seeing amongst our other professionals.
I can dive in there. To me, NAMI is all about raising awareness, breaking down stigma. And the silver lining, or one silver lining of this pandemic, is that everybody's mental health was eroded. Anxiety, depression was up 3 to 4 times. Almost everybody in the polls I do, around 70%, struggled with sleep disturbance, that loss of hope. There have been that lowering of stigma around needing help, getting help, and it's not them, it's us. It's all of us, whether I'm a school staff, whether I'm a mental health clinician and a trainer, whether I'm a student, whether I'm a family member, we can all relate to that. We're all swimming in the same soup. And I think that's an unexpected learning, post-traumatic growth from this is all of us. So I'll stop there and let other people build on that.
So Greg, I'll piggyback on that and say that my experiences, I've always laughed about the fact I am Mrs. Nelson, but I'm also Sarah Nelson. and they are not always the same person. I have a wonderful family that I absolutely love spending time with. I know that that is my rock, but I also am an extremely professional person. The challenge with this pandemic has been, how do I balance the two? Because my family owns a small company. They are out in public all the time. Are they bringing things back to me? The constant uncertainty of, am I jeopardizing the students in my classroom? And the need for me as an educator to always present as a calm, cool educator, even though inside I am very, very aware of what's going on and the impact that could result from a choice that I make. So I always found I was walking a very, very fine line. No more family dinners, no more family vacations, no more going on a spontaneous vacation or even a trip, don't say, out of state. So it's the whole, and I was the drag. Mom, you're too serious all the time. It's a constant balance of finding that.
I'd like to just kind of segue, Sarah, I think you gave an awesome segue to, where we are as adults and the pressures that we put on ourselves, especially when we're in schools. And, being a wife of a principal of a middle school here, I understand that pressure. And this is the first time in 30 years that I haven't been directly in schools and working with children since the pandemic started and my shift into the Department of Education. But I think that what you're talking about and the things that I hear, and Greg, the points that you touched upon really kind of point us towards the direction of how important it is to build and become aware of our own emotional intelligence. And this isn't something that I learned when I was in school. I didn't even learn this in college. I learned this in my 40s when I attended my very first 4-day institute in mindfulness and education and mindful awareness. And it really came down to stepping outside of that automaticity and that, feeling like you have to keep up and you have to keep rolling and everybody's looking and actually settling into that space of self-awareness. How am I feeling and where does that feeling live in my body? And we know that when we spend time cultivating and attuning to our own emotional intelligence, then we can be more regulated so that we can help co-regulate. We know that children who are coming in from spaces and places who don't have the supports and don't have, the capacity to pay attention on purpose when they have educators and buffers in their lives that can show them that calmness. But that means that we have to do that work ourselves. And if we don't have that intuitively in us, we need to not have shame and embarrassment about finding people who can help us cultivate that, even if we're in our 50s or 60s or 70s. This is the work that we're meant to do. And I think that, some of the things that I learned really early on in this process was that we're human beings and not human doings. And we can't regulate unless we're aware. And that means we have to be able to sit in that for a minute, and we have to pay attention with our ears and our eyes and our body and just get away from that automaticity of who we are, or who we're expected to be. And sometimes that's manifested in our own minds. And the mind, we know that the mind and the brain are very different, but the mind can become quite a controller of that. And to be looping and perseverating in that is sometimes very detrimental. And when we can, stop that cycle, it's important. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Not to chime in so that we all four chime in, but one of the things I've wondered about is with uncertainty, boundaries become skewed. And as a coach, one of the things that seems to be working is throwing back the accountability and the boundaries right at them. And particularly one group I talked to, I said, look, I'm a coach and you shouldn't be doing that at any time, whether we've got pandemic or no pandemic. I mean, you shouldn't be, that should not be your behavior. So let's, kind of keep it real. And I think that it's the authenticity of behavior. Like, I'm still your mom, number one. And I'm also, you're asking me to coach you. And I'm telling you, okay, sleeping in, not getting out of bed, and not making your bed does not lend itself to any kind of productivity. And some measures of productivity can make you feel better. And so I don't know how we balance this uncertainty and this erosion, but we can't have the erosion of boundaries. And we've got to have accountability, and you've got to be able to, and this is going to sound bad, I guess, but you got to be able to say, look, you know, and change your voice and give your authentic emotion. This isn't going to cut it. You know, you not talking to me because you spend your time up in your room, I'm sorry. We're going to sit here. And if we sit in silence, so be it, but we're going to have the time. And so because I feel like everybody's walking on eggshells, and it's just got to stop. We can't control everything. We can't make it right. We can't make everybody feel better. And I just really hope that you all, as the professionals, as the ultimate professionals, take some of that pressure off of you, because it can't be that way. It can't.
I think that's sort of the interesting piece that I think about is, you know, I think we've had this conversation in our culture in general around what leadership looks like and what modeling looks like. And, you know, here we find ourselves in a place where we've all been affected, and those eggshells are everywhere. And I think we're all, you know, it's like having an emotional sunburn, you know, we're all a little raw and we're all a little on edge. And that, I think it's harder to stop that bleed over into what our professional sort of mask is. And yet a lot of us are taught in leadership, you know, that sort of strong, stalwart, like, I'm going to go down with my ship and no one's going to know. And, you know, for me, and part of it is as a man, most likely, but, you know, sort of that, like, that's what I'm supposed to represent, like this, you know, I'm going to be the rock for everybody. And I think as an educator working with kids, or like Coach for you working with kids, and trying to push them and support them, how do we walk that line as professionals between what is that style of leadership and how do we double down on that sort of like, I'm going to be this stoic, stalwart rock for people, even though they're starting to notice that things are bleeding out around the edges. How do we walk that during this time?
In every school, in every system, in every group, the people that we're serving, students, whatever, they're looking to each of us to be authentic to ourselves. And so I think there's a range that we can allow. I do my best teaching when I can relate through something that's happened in my life, informed by my knowledge base and data and all that crap. And yet right now, I've been using this quote from Robin Williams that I just love. Robin Williams, who ended his life by suicide. And the quote is, everybody you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Be kind, always. And that, to me, I lead with that. I lead with that acceptance and kindness. Yeah, and if there's a coach in my life, I'm going to expect that, you know, that's it. Well, get out there and fight, you know, and I'm paraphrasing you for sure, Coach B. But certainly there's room for both.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And you talk about you know, that modeling therapy. I call them consultants these days. They're not therapists. They have a skill set and a point of view that I may need in my life. And if I've modeled that by saying, yeah, you know, I remember the first therapist I had, it didn't work at all. I chose another one. It was wonderful. So it's modeling both the need and the solution.
And I'm going to steal a term from Susan David, who seems to be quite prolific in her writing, the emotional agility piece. What I'm talking about is the emotional agility of us. We do take different forms, you know, bad times, soft times, harder times. And that emotional agility is, I think, the trigger. Because there's certainly, you know, as I talk to those groups, you know, there's the soft side coach, and then there's the other side. But for goodness sakes, I mean, are we going to argue that you getting out of bed is like an issue? Like, are we going to go back to that space? And I had a hilarious argument with a kid who tried to say all these things. And when I say argument, I use that term loosely. You're talking about a dialogue, a conversation, a narrative, anything that makes the thing go. As far as I'm concerned, if they're talking back at me and asking questions, that's success. Then you got something going. And so that's just to piggyback off what you were saying. Yeah.
So in school, I think that it's a little bit different in that we have so many different groups of people that are interacting with kids. How can we have a common vision and a common approach to addressing those? Because the truth is, this experience, our kids are trying as hard as they possibly can to be calm and cool, but there are incident after incident after incident that they're coming to school with. You have no idea what happened in the morning before they walk through the door. And so what we're trying to do is figure out ways that we can really create a warm, welcoming environment so that kids feel that community connectedness, the feeling of belonging, but also still providing a platform for them to say, you know what, today I just don't feel like I can do it. That's where the strategies come in. Some of the teachers in our school are trying to embrace, like really when we think about kids that have tricky times learning how to read, we provide them with all kinds of supports and all kinds of strategies. But it's the kids that are having a hard time dealing with their emotions that we have less less awareness of. Sometimes we don't pick up on it. And sometimes if we do pick up on it, we feel like we don't have the resources to give them the strategies. So trying to give kids different ways of, okay, I feel that way. What am I going to do about it? Who can I use as a resource to help me get through this tough time? Do I want to sit with it for just a little while? Okay, then at what point do I move forward? So we have some kids that are really feeling kind of caught in this, like, it's COVID, Mrs. Nelson, I can't do any of this. All right, it is COVID. Wow, what do we have control over? And putting it, just like you were saying, Coach, is putting it back on them. Okay, no, we can't control COVID, but what can we control? I had a great conversation with a group of fourth graders today. We can control wearing our masks. We can control washing our hands. We can control trying to socially distance. So giving them, hey, I'm doing a pretty good job being, we call them a COVID champion. I'm being a COVID champion, Mrs. Nelson. So trying to make positive out of a tricky time, but also padding it with strategies.
And I would argue that a good coach and a good educator and a good buffer for students are, the best teachers, the best coaches are those people who spent time cultivating a powerfully positive connection and relationship. Because you can bolster the trickiest kid and they can lean into it because they know that you see them and care about them and they feel safe and connected with you. Or you can bolster even the most connected kid, but they don't have a relationship with you and that doesn't work. So it really is about really paying attention on purpose and noticing your students. And really, I think if COVID has taught any of us anything, and just this season that we're in, is that we need to care more about people than we do about the thing we teach people, because the thing we teach the people will come when people feel safe, connected, loved, represented, and valued. And that's the bottom line. And I think when we think about social emotional learning, and when we think about, I think about the Edutopia video that is out there, and there's a principle that says, if we keep doing the same thing every single time, we're going to keep getting the same outcome. And our kids are worth so much more than that. And we have to care. And, I heard from an ed tech this past year, Bear and I and all of our wonderful colleagues, my colleagues Decca DeLocke and Amelia Lyons and everyone out there that, I work with so closely at the department, we've put out all of these trainings, and this ed tech said to me, I think she was paraphrasing Maya Angelou, kids don't care what you know until they know you care. And that's it. That's it. And I can think of in my youth and, being an athlete and, I can remember coaches I would work my tail off for. And I can remember leaving sports because I didn't feel that coach even understood me or saw me or cared that I was there. And Sarah, you and I have talked about this 1,000 times. Think about the teachers in your lives, those people who made a difference. They were the ones you remember are those ones that remembered you, that saw you, that told you, thank you for coming to school today. Thank you for showing up. And that's what you're talking about, Coach. But, you got to get out of bed, you got to show up. And so that love that you're giving them, they're going to get out of bed because you have a relationship with them. And that's what stirs me. And that's what that's what makes me want to do this work and make me really want to identify with people to build the adult emotional intelligence, because we have to be attuned. We have gaps in our own learning. So we have to pay attention to that on purpose. But all this stuff is good stuff. But I think the bottom line comes down to relationships and how to build and cultivate those powerfully positive relationships between people.
It was really great in the first panel we had a couple of students, Casey and Isaiah, and that's one of the things both of them spoke to, was that relationship of having a person who understood who they were, who saw them, and that they felt cared about and safe with. And I think another piece that we talked about in that panel was sort of the difference between how are we educating ourselves and getting that emotional education that, so that we're aware of these things and building ourselves. And then how are we building those structures, from our systems. And it's interesting because just like Sarah, you just mentioned about how, we teach kids how to read for 12 plus years. We have very specific ways of teaching at every single grade. It's something not only that's taught in English class, but is taught in every other subject, because we know that it's something that's important. And developing that awareness and understanding that social emotional piece is as important for development and success as reading would be, so that we are teaching it across the pre-K through 12. And I think, what is that like for us as adults that maybe didn't have, the social emotional learning curriculum that Kelly Bailey's been working so hard on? What are the ways that we're adapting? What are the things that we're taking? What are the pieces that you found in your life that have been helpful for that? And so that as adults, we can look at some of those things that have been useful.
In school, we have completely embraced, I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about, Bear, but we've really embraced, as Kelly said, the need for relationships. And what we're trying to do is, like, right from the moment students walk through the door, greet students at the door with, oh, you lost your tooth last night. Or, is that a new haircut? I love the extensions in your hair. So what we're really doing is having them be noticed on purpose. And I think that is something that is now becoming commonplace. We're really, especially, one of the tricky things that we're running into is absenteeism. It is really a fine line, because I'm sick. Okay, don't go to school, honey. Well, I'm sick again today. Don't go to school. So what we're finding is, like, you don't want to question if kids are sick, but you want to figure out a way to hook them and get them into the classroom. So we are asking that teachers strike a different balance. Some of our academics, see, as a teacher, it's really, really hard. I'm talking about both different masks you're talking about, Bear, because we are asked to have the curriculum covered, but we're also asked to spend more time noticing kids on purpose and trying to tailor the programs to meet the students' needs. And so teachers are kind of feeling that sense of time urgency. How do we make it all work in a genuine way? Because there's nothing worse than someone being like, oh, it's nice to see you at school today, when it's the same thing over and over and over again. It's got to be genuine. So how do we find that balance?
Sarah, I think that what's really important for us to remember is that for the very first time in education, at least in the 30 years that I've been involved in education in the state of Maine, we have a commissioner who is telling us, who is standing up and saying in front of the entire state, I want you to make connections with kids the most important thing that we do. I've heard her. I have the luxury of hearing her every Wednesday or every other Wednesday. I hear her reiterate it. I hear her make those points with the people that she's working with. She bolsters us to make sure that we feel connected. And then she is asking our department to be an action-oriented department, to not just, for people to say, I know who those people are up there, and those people came to my school, or those people are making those, we're for the first time putting real action behind what we're talking about. And the hope is that people in schools are now starting to pay attention. School boards are paying attention. You know, Bear and I were able to go out there and talk with the Maine school leadership people and curriculum coordinators, and Decca DeLocke and I are out there talking about cultural responsiveness and helping people understand how important it is. But our commissioner is making this her number one, and she's serious about hearing about the mental health needs and really combating that, to have some action-oriented steps to help kids. We have a student cabinet, we have student voice. This is the first time this has ever happened in the state of Maine. We're listening to kids tell us, we're worried about this, we're concerned about this. And not only are we worried about it, but we want to do something about it. And we're listening to them and partnering with the governor's office and doing that work. It's very, very rewarding, and to see it come to fruition is awesome, and I'm grateful to be part of it. So we have a commissioner who's saying, yes, we have urgency about education, but you can't teach kids who are urgent do not learn optimally. So we have to help people understand about brain science and about how, you know, when kids are flipping their lids and when teachers are flipping their lids, neurochemistry is not supporting, I can listen and read and write and do these things. Neurochemistry is saying, I need to hunker down and go into survival, or I need to go see the nurse, or I need to go home. So we're empowering our educators and our schools to really understand about the true science of learning. And that's important. And that's in all of my time in education in the 30 years, that's not something that has been on the forefront or on the front burner. And Bear and I can tell you how many times we've sung the tune. We've sang the song together about learning and brains and neuroscience and how important that is for educators to know.
You just made me think of a book I just read, My Living Will, and it's about Will takes his life, and it's written by a former classmate of mine at Northwestern, and he writes about losing his oldest son to suicide. But the reason why I was thinking about that was relative to the team component piece that was derived from the situation where the peer groups, you know, recognized things that they didn't speak up about. And so what I'm in a different perspective, I mean, that's obviously something very, you know, John and his family, you know, it's unfathomable what they went through. But how much can these kids, and this is a question, this is not a statement, how much can they be a team? You know, everybody has a chance to lead. You know, you've got the critical mass of whoever is coming to class. You know, the leadership component relative to a team philosophy from a standpoint of, okay, we're team whatever, team, you know, you talk about champions of pandemics or, you know, what, and trying to teach team concepts, even if kids don't play team sports. It's not about sports. It's about, can I speak up that Sally's not feeling good today? You know, can I say something? Do I have permission? And what I was struck by in this book, My Living Will, was that, you know, what it took to get everybody to speak up. And so this pandemic has provided it, as we know. And that's a lot of what I teach is, how can these 12-year-olds be a team? And who's going to lead today? Who's going to lead us today in this segment? Get the empowerment principle based on team. And again, not throwing sports into everything, but whether you work at a university as a professor or anywhere else, you have to operate as a team. And I think that's, how much can we do that? I don't know. But even fun things amongst different, you know, classes, and naming their team, you know, we're team so-and-so. And today I can be the captain. Tomorrow you can be the captain, trying to generate, you know, that kind of thinking. And I don't know why you made me think of that, but you made me think of that.
I think, Coach, that may have come from, you know, just my own perspective of, you know, being in schools and seeing isolation. And we know when children feel isolated, they can't join a team. So if they don't feel like they're connected, and think about how many of our youth who, you know, are suffering mental health, or they're suffering, you know, despondency because they don't feel connected. And, you know, we have our marginalized communities, our people of color, you know, all kinds of people who don't feel connected. And that's our number one job. In order to be a member of a team, you have to feel like you're wanted on that team. And so that's the first thing. I see you and I want you on my team. And that means you have to build empathy, compassion, perspective taken, and you have to teach kids on purpose what it's like to walk in that other person's shoes. We'll never know what it's like to walk in somebody else's shoes. But if I can have the empathy and the compassion and I care enough to think what it must be like to walk in that person's shoes every single day, then I'm going to be a more empathetic human being. And teaching people empathy and compassion and care, that's going to go a long way to growing good humans, my opinion.
And I think that we need to take into account this year, this pandemic. And I know a lot of teaching staff through last spring were saying, okay, I'm bringing it down to the basic Maslow's hierarchy. Adequate shelter, food, access to care, safety, and then from there, I can dive into learning. And so how are we taking care of those basic needs and assuring people that they have that sense of safety? And then from there, they can make those connections. And if they're not finding them at home, of course, they're gonna be looking for them in school and looking that I belong, that I can learn, that I can grow, that I can take advantage of the frontal lobe part of my brain rather than my reptilian survival mode. And I wanna come out from the students and back to staff. And how are we doing the same thing to support those needs in our teaching and our support staff through the school system? Because they're in the same pandemic fatigue and exacerbated access to needs. And how are we supporting them? Because they have to have their mask on. As my wife often reminds me, Greg, how are you refilling the well in this time so that you're able to give from a place of strength and stability rather than from the ragged edge? I think it's both and our students and their social emotional learning, our staff and their social emotional learning and their foundation.
Oh, Greg, I gotta send you $5 for that one, because that's been my battle all day today, is trying to keep the conversation about us as educators, right? And of course, like the natural piece is to go to the kids, and we care about the kids. And, you know, we're going to continue to talk about kid mental health and student mental health. And like, that has been, you know, our topic, you know, pre-COVID, and we've been tackling it since, you know, March 12th. And it's something we're going to continue. But this forum is for us as adults, as educators. And I think to go back to that team piece, you know, not only we have students that feel disconnected, we also have staff that feel disconnected. And how are we building a team amongst our staff? And I've talked with so much school leadership during this time about not only the weight that they're carrying, making life and death decisions, but that they're trying to hold their team of staff together. And so what are some of the ways that we've found over this year where we have been able to connect, where we have been able to build some new things? What are some of the pieces that you all have heard or experienced? And what are some of the tips and tricks to make that experience work?
It is my sincere hope that we will not be in a remote learning 100% reality again. But I think that, you know, these damn Zoom kind of things, you know, the Google Meets, the FaceTime, we have learned technology for connection. We have learned technology for building teams. If I'm part of a clinical group in a school and I can no longer knock on the door of my colleague next door, I can do it through Teams. So structuring those things that allow us to feel like we're collaborative, like we're part of a group and belong, I think are vital. And acknowledging and normalizing that sense of, ouch, this hurts, not only in our kids, but the staff modeling that. And knowing that there's someone hearing that they belong to a larger group. And I, you know, from a scary place, I would be quite curious how many school staff have been hospitalized or out on stress-related leave due to this year. Because the uncertainty, are we in, are we out? Am I teaching live? Am I teaching remote? Am I doing both? It's been hard. And the sense of not feeling like I am doing a good job, because of those kids that tend to slip away from remote to gone. And I, you know, the ones that keep me awake at night as a staff person. I think it's you know, we need to spend as much time on self-care of our teaching and support staff as we do of our kids.
Greg, I agree completely with everything you just said. But one of the things that I have tried to do is I realize I can't make that happen for myself or our staff. So I took kind of a risk. At our school, we focus on character traits and we call it paw pride. And we really focus on being respectful and being responsible and cooperative and showing grit. And so we talk about it all the time. What I chose to do as far as, and so that's kind of a student thing. We think about that as being a student thing. But what I decided to do as a way to help support staff is I asked my students to start catching staff members really showing paw pride. So there's nothing that is so exciting when a kid comes through and says, Mrs. Nelson, I need to have a paw. What do you need a paw for? You should see what our custodian just did. You won't believe it. So they have started recognizing our custodian and the things that they talk about, like, Mrs. Nelson, did you know that he built dividers so that we could form collaborative teams? Mrs. Nelson, did you know that after every single lunch, he da-da-da-da? They also, our music teacher has had to quarantine 3 times. She goes between multiple schools, and she's just been at the wrong place at the wrong time. She's been healthy all the time, but she still has been asked to follow quarantining guidelines, which means she's teaching music remotely. She is masterful, but the kids pick up on her passion, and they gave her a paw, and they wanted to give her a paw for showing such grit. So I say, let's put it back on students. Instead of what I've tried to learn to do is not try to solve all the problems my own self, but again, going back, Coach, as you were talking, how can we be a team addressing this? And I would say in my classroom, we have approached it as truly as a team. What are you noticing? What are the great things? And when we talk about the paw pride, kids, one of the indicators they said was, we see the best in others. They also talk about how with COVID, instead of we are part of positive is we show smiling eyes. So when you give it to the kids, they come up with stuff that I would never even think of that is magnificent and builds community. But you got to put it in their court and allow that to happen.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating how the pandemic has sort of delineated everybody in a positive way. I mean, we've got to look at the unintended consequences of what's happened. What I'm saying is, let's say I'm the shy child that never plays sports, or there's the popular kid over there, and there's the athlete. Well, wait a minute. All of a sudden, we've got an even playing field of opportunity to be a member of that team. And that is a very different construct of the alienation, the drama that somebody talked about, the drama. I mean, kids can be outright mean. We know that. And so I just, in that regard, I'm not trying to make something, so positive, but this is the first time in anyone's teaching life where that we're at the base level together. Like, no matter what you say, socioeconomic, athletic, academic, I play the violin, you do this, you do that. And so this is a sort of groundbreaking, across the board, and has a chance to pull in the outliers. So here we are to be able to pull in outliers. And again, if they're not coming to school and we're losing them on Zoom, I'm not talking about all of that, but this is an incredible opportunity. And those outliers can be pulled in. And my self-esteem, I don't play sports, I'm very quiet, I write poetry, I'm not popular. I can literally become the captain of my team today, of my paw. I mean, and that is an enormous opportunity if it can be projected in that kind of way, giving some kids a chance. And seeing the other kid over here, the high performer, the athlete, that person is as vulnerable now. And I just think those are, opportunities.
I love the word that you said, vulnerable, and makes me think about, I've had the great pleasure of being in Mrs. Nelson's class when she was teaching 2nd grade. And I have seen Sarah Nelson show vulnerability and show that in a way, model that to children in a way that helps them become empowered by it and not victimized by it. And I've seen Mrs. Nelson model I'm flipping my lid, or my brain is starting to get scrambled. I've seen her do that. And I think when we empower teachers to show vulnerability to all children, and, I'm not suggesting that we lay all of our woes and mays and everything onto our kids, because we have to have boundaries about that. But I'm talking about showing the humanness of who we are, because we all were drawn to education or coaching or whatever it is we do with youth for a reason, because we were inspired by it, and we get a big charge out of, helping children learn and grow. And that's, I think, what brings most of us to education, because that's, that's what we're good at. That's what our passion is. And that's our gift. But, we can get hardened in that. And when crises arises and we start getting caught up in that freneticness of our lives, or even when crises aren't there, but we're getting caught up and we get triggered by things and we're so stressed out, we just have nothing left to give. I think that's when the bucket is empty, and we have to fill it by really being mindful about our own selves, and having positive and powerful relationships with myself first, so that I'm really, Barry, you talked about self-care, and I think every single educator, and my husband, when he gets out of bed in the morning, I say, don't forget to do self-care today. When he comes home from work and it's 7:30 and his lunch still hasn't been eaten, I know that man is not taking care of himself. And he'll roll his eyes at me. And so I have to dig deep in my mindful work to remember that, we can get caught up in the mill, and we can get caught up in this craziness. But when you stop and you implement a breath break a few times a day for kids, and you say, gosh, it's really starting to get loud in this classroom and it's hurting my ears. I wonder, do other people feel like me too? So you're making those connections and building the teamwork. And instead of going and, putting the lights on and off, or clap, 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 or whatever it is, or getting upset and saying, we're going to, 5 minutes of recess is going to be gone if you can't calm down. Whatever those strategies that we had in the past that don't work. I've seen Sarah Nelson say, my ears are starting to get a little too, I'm having a hard time hearing. Anybody else? Mindful me too, Mrs. Nelson. Yep, mindful me too. And then, what strategy do we have? And you've taught those strategies, but you have to do those things yourself. And that means you have to be in right relationship with yourself. It's hard to do. It's hard to look in the mirror and say good morning to yourself, and find all the things that are good about your face and your body. And, and that means being connected to yourself in a powerful, positive way, so that you can shine that light on other people. And then you can model that in a classroom the way I've seen you do, Sarah, so many times. And it's beautiful. And I see you do that with your colleagues. And that's one of the reasons I was very excited to have you be part of this panel, because you're such a champion for the self first. And that doesn't mean we're selfish. It means when you take care of the vessel can hold other people and hold space for other people. So, yeah.
Well, I think I'm mindful of time, because we're quickly running out of it, of course. I do want to just have some final thoughts, and something I was thinking of, oftentimes we think about, here we have, educators as superheroes, and having Coach P here as a superhero. Like, these are people that represent power in our lives, but they also represent that generosity, that connection, that relationship. And unfortunately, oftentimes in our, if we think about superheroes, right, you have the person with all the superpowers, and then their alter ego, right, that wears like geeky glasses. And I think what we've been talking, so sorry, Sarah, your glasses are not geeky. They're amazing. That place of, it doesn't have to be that dichotomy, right? That we're talking about building connections and having both, having that, just like Coach was saying, that sort of that emotional agility to be able to use all of those different superpowers and strengths to build those connections. And so maybe just like a couple of final pieces, and just your last thoughts. And I think, I'll challenge you all to keep it about us as adults, us as educators, and not just how hard we're fighting for our kids, but how hard are we fighting for ourselves and for our peers?
That's a toughie, Bear. Thanks. Because although Kelly Bailey said that I'm really good at self-care, it has not been until very recently that I realized the strong connection between my success in the classroom and where I was emotionally. And that has been quite a process. And trying to carve out time for self-care. I will tell you, I am the first person that I have to say to myself, Sarah, you got to go for a walk today. Sarah, you've got to catch up with a girlfriend today, because I didn't ever realize, being a classroom teacher, you never get to see what's going on in other people's classrooms because you're kind of in the classroom. I had an opportunity recently where I was able to see many, many different teachers and their styles. And I started seeing that when teachers were not in a good place, it was much tougher in the classroom, and the perception of how things were going was much different. And it's hard to see the great things that are happening with your kids when you have a different lens. So advocating for self-care is one thing, but providing educators with solid ideas of, I'll be very honest with you guys, we have very, very, very limited amounts of time. Everyone's doing the best they can, but sometimes today I didn't really get to eat lunch because I was trying to take care of some things that popped up, and then we were going to have inside recess, and it's the time thing. It's the time urgency. How do you take care of yourself? So walks, girlfriends, but that's a really, really, really tricky thing.
Yes, and I would just add, Bear, to conclude my part about the team is, it's like a relay team on a track. You got the baton. And if you try to run the relay by yourself, I'm speaking about the coaches or the teachers, well, you're going to get kind of tired by the third leg or whatever. And if I'm working with my kids and there they are, I can just visualize passing this baton, in classes and getting people to understand that connectivity. And also that I've got the baton, but if I'm leading from behind, in other words, if I'm actually not participating in the race because they're running it and they're passing the baton, the power of what that classroom is energetically. It's all, as coaches, you always say it's so much better. You get these special teams where you lead from behind. I mean, you always try to lead from behind. It's not always possible. So, you got a train that coach moves to the caboose, and then everybody else is up in front. That's the kind of team or class that you want. And I just, we are human beings. And for the first time in gosh knows how long in our world, you cannot sit there and overly describe people without talking about the human condition. This is the human condition. And people, lives have been lost over and over again to also communicate to us that we're just all people. And keeping that human condition provides an opportunity to see our similarities. Because I know our differences. You can see them. And there's been so much about differences. Oh, you're different and everyone's different. Well, now what do? It's the human condition, and everybody has had to struggle because of this. There is nobody on the outside of this. So that means everybody's in, like we're all in, and got to find a way to pass those batons a little bit. And keep that fire burning through definitely a marathon.
I always worry when someone would refer to me as a superhero or I have it all together, because that means I'm just about to fall, because that's the pedestal that I can't sustain. And I think, whether I'm, doing the role that I do out in the world or a teacher or an administrator, that sense of a feeling of the need to appear perfect is a trap. I have clay feet, and I am so thankful that I have people in my life that remind me occasionally I have clay feet, because it keeps me honest with myself. And so for me, I do hard work out there. I do emotionally challenging work in serious conversations. And how do I take care of myself? And how do I model that need for self-care? And part of that is knowing a few people. Though I'm out there in the world, I'm a little bit of an introvert. I don't have 1,000 friends. I don't want 1,000 friends. I want a few that sustain me, that know me, that I can be real with. So how do I rely on my partner? And there's no secrets there. How do I rely on the 81-year-old woman who's a mentor to us both, who is just phenomenally rich in her cultural and life experience? How do I look to a particular grief clinician to kind of run things by, and a few mental health clinicians that I bounce things by? How do I get that debriefing and that support? And how do I have fun? I love cooking. I love shared meals. I love, what feeds me immensely is being out in the woods. I'm a wild mushroomer that you will not believe. And how do I allow myself time to do that, to refill the well, so that I can go back and be authentic and real without fear of falling off my pedestal? And I think that's the place where I can operate from. And do I do it perfectly? Heck no. Heck no. But I try.
Trying to unmute is what I'm trying to do. So important, what we're saying right here. And Coach just said it, and I said it earlier when we first joined the panel, that we are human beings and not human doings. And when we get caught up in the doingness of our life, we're not enjoying finding the mushrooms or cooking the meal or sharing a book with children. We're not present. And so I think it really comes back to, how do we stay present in our lives, find gratitude for the things that, when we really cultivate a mind shift of gratitude, and we sit in that place of, I'm so grateful for the ability to be here right now, or I'm so grateful for my family, or just whatever is there. Gratitude cultivates joy, and joy is what we're meant to do. I believe with my whole heart, we are not meant to be on this earth to just continue to just try to get by. And I think that's what we've been in this circle, of this crisis, this global pandemic that every single human being is in on the planet Earth, and we're starting to see newness. I mean, it's spring, and we're starting to see hope, and hope is what generates, our ability to be resilient. If we don't have hope. And so, I think about, again, brain science, and, the most recent research that we know is that 47% of the time that we're awake, this is what Harvard says. And I could not believe this when I read this, but 47% of the time, the human beings are awake. We're either engaged in a memory, having a thought, or making a plan. And if I'm engaged in a memory that's good, I guess I can sit there for a little bit. But if I'm engaged in a memory that causes me to suffer, then I'm in this suffering place, and that's what I will continue to stay in, and that's what I will give. And Bear talks a lot about mirror neurons, and we will give out negativity, and we'll get that back, and we keep generating this, and if we can just think on purpose that we are not meant to be, we're so much more than the sum of our emotions. And all emotions are so okay, but it's not okay to get mired or stuck in any emotion that doesn't serve us in any good way. And so if we can just see that, and if we can see our mistakes that we make, if we can see those as beautiful opportunities to learn and grow, instead of identifying a mistake with failure and that I'm less than, every human being makes mistakes, every single one of us. And thank goodness for some of the mistakes I made in my life, because I wouldn't be right here with all of you. I would have stayed in those places, and I would have had just this inability to embrace my passion. So I think that sitting in joy, sitting in gratitude, cultivating that in our kids, and just being mindful that we need to be present in our lives, and not always looking backwards or always hoping for what's next. I'll be happy when that gets paid off, or when I can do this, or when I can do that, then I'll be happy. Showing ourselves that we can be happy right in this moment, that nothing bad is happening right this second, I think is so powerful. And when we teach that to kids on purpose, boy, we're really growing some good human beings. So the end.
Just want to say thank you all so much. Coach B, thank you for coming and continuing to build awareness and being that advocate out there for us. And thank you for talking directly to educators and, you know, sort of the struggle that that we have been through and are winning through this year. And thank you, Greg and Sarah and Kelly, for really talking to this more. And thank you for all our panelists today and all of you who were able to stay with us today, and all of you who are going to be watching this asynchronously, hopefully with a nice cup of tea in a nice calm place, not in a food pantry like Sarah. It was literally at school here for all of us. So thank you all so much. And I'm going to invite Rich Meserve back to just do some of the closing pieces here. But thank you all again.
Thank you, Bear. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you much. Nice to be here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. There, a special thanks to you for moderating and hosting the panels today. You did a wonderful job, and we appreciate all that you've done to put this together as well. So again, as Bear reiterated, thank you very much, panelists that are still here in front of me, for being here today. Thank you for the audience and the participants who joined us, because you know, this was for you, and we look forward to sharing this message down the road through the recordings that we'll have on our Maine DOE Office of School and Student Support's website. So please access that. It'll take us a little bit to get that up and running, but we will have those for you as soon as we can. We'll also make sure that we get all presenter materials out to our participants so that they have access to those. And beyond that, please know that we at the Maine Department of Education are here to support our students. We're here to support the educators who work with them. Please reach out to us. You know, we have people here who love doing what we do, and we really, truly want to be a resource to you. So thank you again for spending the day with us. We appreciate all of what you do, and we look forward to seeing and hearing from you soon. Take care.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you.
Take care, Rich.